kind of conceded there.
Now, this may seem overly childish, even by South Park standards, but there's a very good reason for that, which we'll talk about later in the video. Meanwhile, Cartman has completely given up hope, confiding in Butters at the pond. Without Woke, he has nothing to live for, and despite Butters' pleas, he knows what he has to do.
I'm gonna kill myself. Thank you.
Back at the White House, Trump is living it up when Randy gives him a call to air the town's grievances. He casually walks past some rather flattering artwork on the wall while they chat, and he ends it by threatening to sue South Park. And Satan has a couple of questions for him when he gets back into bed.
Another random bitch commented on my Instagram that you're on the FC list.
Are we still talking about that?
It's rude whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax. You remind me more and more of this other guy like a lot.
Meanwhile, Cartman is in Butters' garage attempting to suck down the exhaust from the car, and he eventually convinces Butters to join in. 60 Minutes is very timidly reporting on South Park's protest against Trump, which gives a pretty funny gag.
The Scotch family is proud to say that we own an electric car.
What's funny about this is I actually predicted they would make this joke because they made pretty much this exact same joke back in season 12.
What happened? You were gonna kill yourself. I tried. Went to sleep in my mom's car in the garage with the engine turned on. So you didn't die? Freaking hybrid, man. You just don't do the trick anymore.
So then Jesus comes in to explain to the town what's really going on, and he outright name drops Paramount, CBS, and Stephen Colbert.
You guys know what happened to CBS? You don't want us to call CBS. You really want him to call her. You guys gotta stop being stupid.
And I'll explain all of this in a second. The episode ends with the town agreeing to settle with Trump, but as part of the settlement, they have to promote pro-Trump messaging, and we get our first pro-Trump PSA.
Who survived the wilderness and gave the ultimate sacrifice?
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I endorse this message.
His penis is teeny tiny, but his love for us is large.
It is just absolutely absurd with Trump being deepfaked onto an actor, and I wish I could show what happens next, but you're just going to have to go watch the episode. The final shot leaves us with Cartman and Butters still sitting in the car waiting for their inevitable demise, which of course will never come. Now, again, the way they make fun of Trump in this episode seems to be incredibly juvenile, even for South Park, but trust me, this is all calculated, so let's get into it. So on the surface, this doesn't seem like anything particularly special. They went pretty hard on Trump, but it's not necessarily out of the ordinary for South Park. But allow me to explain what the real plan was here so that you can fully grasp the massive set of balls Matt and Trey have just put on display. So I talked in my last two videos about South Park's dealings with Paramount and how Paramount has seemingly screwed them over time and time again. I recommend you check out those videos for the full context, but this is the short version. Paramount has been dealing with a lawsuit from Warner Brothers regarding South Park streaming rights for years. This has affected South Park's production greatly. Paramount is trying to merge with Skydance just as South Park is coming to the end of its contract with HBO for streaming rights. The merger is a, quote, shit show, according to Matt and Trey, and it causes the new season to be delayed by 2 weeks. And all of this is going on while they're trying to negotiate a new deal for streaming. The incoming executives from Skydance are given control over Paramount's deals, and they change the terms of South Park's original deal with Paramount. On top of that, the executives begin meddling in their negotiations with other companies like Netflix and HBO. Matt and Trey are very upset by this, and they threatened to sue Paramount over it only 2 weeks ago from today. So Matt and Trey have been very upset with Paramount for a very long time now, and leading up to the last couple of days, we didn't even know if they would still be signing with them for exclusive streaming rights. So that's all stuff we already knew, but a couple of days ago is when shit really started to hit the fan. In those videos, I didn't mention the fact that President Trump has actually been in a lawsuit with Paramount for months now, attempting to sue them over an interview with Kamala Harris during the elections. You don't need to know the full context of that. All you need to know is that Trump is pissed off at Paramount. This wouldn't be a huge problem if it weren't for the fact that Paramount was attempting to merge with Skydance, and this merger needs approval from the FCC. The FCC is under the Trump administration, so essentially, as long as Trump is angry at Paramount and suing them, he can hold this merger above their head and prevent it from happening. Paramount realizes that if they want this merger done, they just have to give in. So they make the decision to settle with Trump for $16 million, supposedly promising another $20 million worth of screen time from Skydance when the merger actually happens.
As part of the settlement, we also had to agree to doing pro-Trump messaging.
Shortly after they agreed to this, in a shocking coincidence, Paramount announces the cancellation of their decades-long Late Show with the host Stephen Colbert. They cite the fact that The Late Show was losing them tens of billions of dollars a year, but the weird part is that not only had the show just been renewed through 2026 recently, but it's also the most popular late-night show on television based on ratings. Now, if you know anything about Stephen Colbert, you know that he's not the biggest fan of Trump, and he's making fun of him pretty much every night on his show. And specifically, he called out this settlement that Paramount made with Trump as looking more like a political bribe than a legal proceeding. And consequently, Trump has been a very outspoken critic of Colbert in the past. So it definitely seems a bit coincidental that Paramount would decide to cancel the #1 late-night talk show on TV while they're actively in the process of caving to the president's intimidation tactics.
I mean, who the hell does the president think he is? The government can't cancel the show. I mean, what show are they going to cancel next?
And it looks even worse when the president immediately hops on Truth Social to celebrate Colbert's cancellation, and then also threaten the jobs of the other late-night hosts who have a tendency to badmouth him. So with this lawsuit settled and the merger with Skydance all but confirmed by the president, Paramount is finally able to make a deal with South Park for a whopping $1.5 billion. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I've never been a big fan of Stephen Colbert. I personally have never found his show to be very funny, and after his cancellation, it seemed like a lot of people share that sentiment. And as much as I love South Park and think it's absolutely worth an insane amount of money, as I said in my last video, I think investing $1.5 billion into a single show for 5 years could literally never make sense from a business perspective. So I do believe Paramount when they say that Colbert was losing the money, reportedly $40 million a year. But with the timing and the sheer amount of money they were willing to give to South Park immediately after, I find it incredibly hard to believe that money was the only motivator for this decision. Trump almost certainly had something to do with it, as they reference in this episode.
He really wanted him to cut her out because he's being stupid.
So all of this happens earlier in the week. South Park signs their deal with Paramount on Tuesday officially, and then they release this episode. Before the ink is even dry on the contract, they immediately go after Trump 10 times harder than Colbert ever has. Now, what's weird about this is the fact that Matt and Trey have been done with Trump for a while now. They claimed that the election was one of the major reasons season 27 didn't air at the end of 2024, because they just didn't want to talk about it. And even after it was announced that the season would be airing in 2025, they went out of their way to make it very clear they weren't going to be targeting Trump because they had nothing left to say about it. So were they just lying? Why would they immediately make the first episode about Trump? Well, as I said, Matt and Trey really do not like Paramount. And after seeing how all of this stuff played out with Paramount and the president, they began to speak. You see, I think they had the season premiere finished a long time ago, since it's supposed to come out at the beginning of July. But once they got delayed and saw how all of this was playing out, they went back to the drawing board and made an entirely new episode in the span of less than a week. Which, to be fair, isn't abnormal for them. Most of their episodes are made in 6 days. But they have not forgotten about what Paramount did to them, and they wanted their revenge. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They would go after Trump hard. Make him a complete caricature. Make him a naked fat guy with a tiny penis who's incredibly insecure about it. But their motivation was not just to spite Trump. No, they were just doing what they had to do in order to get a reaction out of him. They were rage-baiting him, daring him to get angry about it, because they knew that it would ruin any of the good graces Paramount and Skydance had just built with him. They were intentionally provoking him in the hopes that he would either file another lawsuit against Paramount or block the Skydance merger. I mean, just look at the way they portrayed him in this episode. As someone whose job it is to watch South Park, I can tell you in confidence that this is not normally how they would make fun of someone, especially in the modern era. I mean, just look at the way they portrayed him in the past. They very rarely will go this juvenile with their insults. Everything that they did in this episode, from the pictures of him on the White House walls to the repeated mentions of his tiny penis, was calculated. Not only to make this episode as memeable as possible to get everyone talking about it, but to go after the things that Donald Trump has proven to respond to in the past. If they just made fun of his politics like they did in the past, no one would have cared and they would have gotten nowhere. So, they just clowned the dude in a way so over the top it wouldn't be out of place in a Looney Tunes episode. It reminded me so much of their episode on Osama bin Laden back in 2001, when they knew that no one wanted to see them make fun of the political climate or the nuance in it, so they just clowned it in a very similar way. All they cared about was getting their revenge on Paramount, and they did so in the most hilarious way possible. They took $1.5 billion from this company and immediately repaid them by spitting directly into their face, handing them a lit bomb, and saying, good luck with that. This might be one of the most nefarious, evil genius business moves I have ever seen in my life, and it just made Matt and Trey billionaires. And that might be the most South Park thing they have ever done. It almost feels like the decades of Matt and Trey farting in the face of the industry has all culminated in this, becoming billionaires from this industry they despise so much, and immediately telling them to go f themselves. And it's obvious that Matt and Trey recognize that this is a dangerous game they're.
So Donald Trump and MAGA land are having an absolute meltdown today as they got completely roasted by South Park. That's about today's video, and this was the headline today. South Park makes fun of Trump over Epstein list, Paramount lawsuit, and South Park skewers Paramount over Colbert cancellation, mocks Donald Trump in the premiere. And if you saw the South Park episode, let me know. I saw it. It's absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend it. Jesus is back. Coming from South Park. And the episode, if you guys didn't see it, I'll give you the basic rundown. You have this character, Cartman, and he's sad because woke is dead. And the basic idea is that everybody bows down to Donald Trump and MAGA, and no one is there to resist. And someone for like Cartman, who's basically a trolly character, he has no one to make fun of anymore. He likes to watch, PBS or NPR and make fun of libs. Oh, look at all the libs crying, ha ha ha. And then when the shows get, canceled, oh wait, I can't watch my, I can't hate watch and watch these people crying anymore. And it's funny because he represents the people you'll see online that are all about beating the libs, beating the libtards, and effectively want to see everything burned to the ground. And that's what the show asks the question is, what happens if everything burns to the ground and we all give in to Donald Trump? It was a very, very well done episode. South Park also tweeted us out, hey, Satan. It depicts Trump in bed with the devil, basically. And I'll just say this, I can't show everything that South Park shows, a lot of stuff that's not safe for work kind of content. And you'll know when you see it. You'll see like, whoa. But this is a good to talk about because a lot of people are worried on Trump's intimidation of the media or news out organizations, which the episode also hits on, because effectively, guys, I see it as well. I call it out. We talk about it on the channel to where Trump's people will go on various channels and they don't get a lot of pushback. And the reporters know what they're doing is wrong. They know it because they're not stupid. I pointed it out many times in, say, financial channels where this stuff that, say, Lutnick or Bessent or even Trump, it just doesn't add up. The numbers aren't there. And this isn't necessarily about left or right. It's just like if someone lies to you about numbers, you're just like, that doesn't make sense. Or lies to you about who paid the debt, you're like, that's not right. But then they don't say anything and it becomes a problem. And I think what makes the South Park so poignant is that what does the world look like if we all remain silent and let people like Trump rule it? So please watch the episode if you haven't seen already. These are more headlines. South Park targets Paramount after signing a $1.5 billion deal and skewers Trump. He can do anything he wants. And it was a great warning. They show how Trump is attacking education and what would the world look like if literally Jesus, like the literal Jesus has to come to your school and you all have to bow down to him and accept him. And this is a good question because oftentimes, the MAGA land and the Republicans, they'll be nonstop talking about freedom of religion, et cetera, et cetera. But really all they really want is this freedom just for them and not for other religions. And part of what, why I'm, say, more attracted to left-leaning stuff is I'm fine with anyone having whatever religion that you want, but I don't necessarily think that the government or a school should endorse one particular religion, right? If you want to teach them all you can, and you get down religious stuff, and that's a whole other ball of wax. But this is what makes South Park great: is they address things in a fair way, and they attack everyone because everyone can be hypocrites in different ways. I've seen them attack Hillary in the past, Obama, etc. They'll attack Tom Cruise, John Travolta. Everyone is an equal target. But this particular episode attacking Trump, I think, was so poignant and important. South Park exposes Trump's teeny tiny manhood in shocking premiere, and also they're not afraid to shine away from politics. So they're even retweeting Governor Jared Polis, right? Talking about how friends, Canada and Colorado can maintain relationships, and certainly South Park, matters because of their big show. They recently just got a big contract. A lot of people have been saying, Colbert was just canceled for political reasons. I'll just say this, guys, it could be both political and financial. Both can be true at the same time, but don't ignore the money aspects of it. And that's what I like to focus on because I think sometimes people get too caught up in the emotional stuff. And hey guys, we're going to talk about money like in a realistic way. So what's the deal with South Park? 1.5.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the program, everybody. My name is Joe with Face Radio and a Voice for Print. I do not say this lightly when I make the following statement. This new dating app that uses AI will destroy all dating. Not just online dating, not just dating apps, all dating. This thing has gone completely viral. They've gotten 1 million downloads in just the first week, and they're expecting many, many more. So first, let's start out with the basics. What is T? T-E-A, like having a sip of tea. It's the viral women-only app with 1 million downloads. Now, A, this is likely illegal. They even mentioned that in this article. B, it's only for women, of course. And C, it's going to absolutely wreck men's lives. And I have to assume T is going to get sued into the dirt before long. We'll get to those talking points. T, an app that allows women to post pictures of men they're dating for feedback, is going viral. T is now the #1 lifestyle app in the App Store with over 1 million women signing up over the past week. Marketed as an online dating and safety app, T allows its users to post photos of men and ask others for tea, in other words, dirt or gossip on them. It's gaining popularity on TikTok, particularly among Gen Z users. Launched by founder Sean Cook after he witnessed his mother get catfished online, T's aims are noble. The app includes numerous positive reviews from women who have used it. However, experts point out numerous issues with T. Here's what you need to know about the viral dating safety app. Now, let me put a pin in this. I think it's great that somebody wanted to make an app that would protect women so they don't get catfished. What about protecting men? That they have a way to research people they might date so they don't get a weirdo or a scumbag. But also, what about men? Why is it only for the women? That's my first question. Number two, what's going to prevent a woman's getting a divorce? She is angry at her husband, but he's not a bad person. She's just angry at him. What stops her from logging in, taking his pictures that he might be using for social media, or uploading a couple of pictures of him that can be reverse searched with AI image generation? And yes, they have that. We'll get into that in a minute. What stops her from uploading that and getting his profile loaded as a bad dude, even if he isn't? And then other women, as he's out in the dating world just trying to get a date, what keeps these women from finding this and either not continuing to match with him if they're online or not taking a date with him if they're out in the real world? And you know how gossip spreads with this stuff. A woman can say, oh, he's bad. And another woman almost goes out with him and she says, oh, I'm going to mark this guy as bad. I almost went out with this loser and this, totally saved my day. We know things like this happen. We know women go overboard, especially when they're emotionally tied up about a dude. They continue. Unlike dating apps, the purpose of T is to verify the identity of people on matchmaking apps. No, that is incorrect. It's to verify the identity of men on dating apps, not women. This doesn't do anything to protect men from getting catfished or scammed online. It only protects women. It's not doing anything new. Facebook groups exist that see women share pictures of men they're dating to check for red flags, and have done so for some time. Powered by AI-driven safety technology, which we'll debunk in a moment, and real-time identity verification tools, the aim is for women to have the power to discreetly check the men they're dating. Their safety technology is reverse image searching and phone number lookup, phone verification. So now, if you say you want to put on a dating app a fake name because you're not comfortable with your real name being online, you can't do that anymore. Let's say your legal name is Myron Bob Smith. You don't go by Myron because not many people do. Instead, you go by Bob. Well, if they do a reverse phone number search, it'll probably pop up with Myron. And then they say, oh, this guy's a liar. I'm not going to go out on a date with him. It takes any ability for a man to explain any part of his life, and it boils him down to numbers and photos. That's not the worst part, though. It's the lying we know these women will do. That's the worst part. They get into all the features, which I'll talk about in just a minute. They say, who can use the app? The T app is for women only. The app ensures only women can join using an identity verification process. T is very much geared towards its users who are women. For example, it includes protections to prevent people screenshotting inside the app. It also offers the opportunity to get a green flag man, i.e. verified they're a good guy. Yet for the men whose pictures are posted on T, things aren't that simple as for the women who use it. Photos can be posted without their permission, without the men's permission, and as an article on Days points out, some people might forfeit their right to privacy, and is it fair to dox someone and share their private information online this way? At the same time, is ghosting somebody really bad enough for the man to be named and shamed online? Meanwhile, users could find themselves in legal hot water if they publish defamatory posts about men online, and worse, when this information is out there, it could lead to huge impacts on the mental health of those who could feel they are unfairly abused. Attorney William Barnwell told Fox 2 that men could have civil legal recourse if the post affects their work, family life, or reputation, as defamation might apply. So obviously they didn't think this app out very far, but it's already been downloaded millions of times in just 1 week. So by the time they actually get around to realizing the issue they have, there's probably going to be 10, 20 plus million women using this that can likely hurt a lot of guys' lives, their family lives. What if people are lying? What if people are using fake photos on an app? It's hard to tell. The app could easily be used to spread unverified accusations, which we definitely know what they'll be doing. No doubts about it. These girls, they get ticked off because they did a hit it and quit it with a guy and he ghosts them afterwards. The app could easily be used to spread unverified accusations, especially with its anonymous nature, and could even be used as a revenge tool, says Jake Moore, Global Cybersecurity Advisor at ESET. While its intentions are simple and protective, the unregulated format could unfortunately open it up to harm, he says. Now, here's the crazy thing about this, and I have a bunch of screenshots I'm going to share of what this app actually is. The biggest problem is women can share their opinions anonymously. So let's say I'm dating somebody. She gets very mad at me because we break up for whatever reasons, but nothing too harmful. Maybe we just got in an argument or something or other. And she's very ticked off at me. She can go on there and do a search with my phone number and a reverse image search of my picture that she might have saved on her phone or something, and find any dating apps that I'm on or any information that I'm on, and mark me as a bad person. Not only does this hurt my dating opportunities in the future, not only is she lying, but furthermore, if I want recourse against whoever's sharing this malicious content against me, it's anonymous. I won't know that it's my ex that posted this about me, which means really the only recourse is to go back after T, the app creator. I think they're going to get sued into the dirt because this opens up a can of worms against this company, and you can't go against the person because they're anonymous, obviously. So the only person you can sue is the company. And if they do some real world harm against me, and I decide to sue, or any other group of men decide to sue, we didn't sign any legal paperwork. We didn't agree to anything. There is no terms of service because we can't use the app. There's no way this company can protect itself against the men that are being falsely accused of things. They say men have expressed concern on Reddit on various threads detailing how the app could impact them, with some attempting to have their photos removed. If you do use T or thinking of doing so, the app does have good intentions, but proceed with caution, taking into account the regulation in your region. I think they're just in for incredible amounts of lawsuits. I would sue. If for some reason I kept finding out that dates were turning me down, and I don't know why, maybe I don't even have a way I could look into the app to see how my rating is. So maybe somebody lied about me, and it's affecting my dating life, and there's no way to go check on the dating app to see what they've said about me, because men aren't allowed in, and they do facial recognition verification to be allowed in. So there's no way to even look in to see what's going on. So if you're a guy that's done relatively well with dating apps or just dating in the real world, that's the other catch to this thing. It's not just dating on online dating. You can take a picture of somebody, upload it, or you can take do a selfie. Like if a girl says, "Oh, let's do a selfie here. I want to take a picture of you. You look really cute." and then she uploads it and attaches your name and the phone number she has in your phone, and starts making a collage of information about you. Other women can do the same thing, and with AI and data the way it is with phone numbers and facial recognition, you're going to be in a database you don't even know about, and you might not even be doing online dating. Women can just decide they want to smear you. And they have Bumble and Hinge and Twitter and all the dating app symbols here. But it'll work outside of the apps as well with regular photos and phone numbers. Men that are not in the online dating will get dragged into this as well. They say anonymous advice. Should I date Ethan in this case? My friend saw him out with another girl. And it's like, don't date him, he's just busy, ask him why. So now women can just put in their opinions about guys. And this is a poll. So this is a poll on a guy that didn't even agree to be in here. What if it wasn't Ethan that was with this other girl and she mistook him? And they can say, well, don't date him. And now they're building a profile on a guy that he doesn't even know is being built. Background checks. You can put in his name, and it'll come back with various convictions, which that may or may not be a bad deal. I can understand why women wouldn't want to date a convict. But in the same token, it means women in liberal cities wouldn't be able to date anybody because they've all been arrested for going to protest. Just saying. This is the creepy one, reverse image search. So now you can, as you can see down below, it says, let me just zoom this up. It says reverse image search, and you can take a photo, and it'll give you possible matches of people. So it is using AI. And if you get this wrong, if you think this guy up top, is he the guy on the right? Is he the guy on the left? I don't know, he might be both, but I'm so mad at him, I'm going to mark both guys as this guy. This is just insane. Even here they have a phone number look, and you plug in the guy's phone number, it comes up with his real name, his relationship status, and his age, and his address. His real name and address. How can you do this? Imagine meeting somebody on Tinder. You give them, obviously, just your first name, and you decide to swap numbers to go out with each other, to text each other, to do a meetup. So she gets your phone number, she plugs it into this app, and not only does it come up with your real name, which you may not want shared, your relationship status, is that accurate or not? Maybe you're married, but you're separated. Who knows? But either way. And it comes up with your address and your social media profiles. You say down here at the bottom, it says social media profiles. How is it okay if you meet somebody on Tinder, or you meet a girl at the bar and she says, oh, let's exchange numbers and we'll talk. And you swap numbers and she plugs your number into this, and it's going to give out an address. Now, I know you could probably do a search online, but this is now going through the app. It makes the app accountable for giving out your information and doxing you. How is this legal in any way, shape, or form? Now, once you download the app, they give you this, and this is, you only see this once you've downloaded the app. Everything is anonymous, so she can share your information with all these other women, and no one will know who gave it to them. So a bitter ex, anybody can give it to them. Screenshots are impossible. Now you notice this screen is taken from a camera that is on a different phone. Once you open this app, that's it. I couldn't take a screenshot of this. It just doesn't work. All women are verified, and we'll get to that in a moment. You actually have to take a picture of yourself and send it in for human review so they can make sure you're a woman. You can access all posts across the entire nation. So if you're a dude that's in New York and you're in California and you thought maybe on going on a date, doesn't matter, they're still going to look up all your information from New York. You can search all posts in the country by a man's name, and since it's tied to phone number, it's going to have your real name and your real phone number. You can set alerts for a man's name. So if a guy comes up on the radar, like a bitter ex or something, and now you can see reviews of your ex, as a woman, that is. It says you can set alerts for a man's name. So let's say you're a jilted wife or a pissed off lover or a pissed off girlfriend, and you set alerts for a man, and now he's out there dating. If he comes up in the app, you can set an alert for other women searching him, and you can jump in and put in your 2 cents that he's an awful guy, trashing him. Or you can talk bad about him, or you can vote in polls about him. So if you're just a woman that hates a guy because you two didn't work out, or maybe you went on a few dates and you had a couple drinks and you slept together and then he disappeared into the night, you can now destroy him. That's what this is for. The next page, safety tools. They run background checks on these dudes. They check criminal records. They search for, bad offenders that are on registry lists. They look up phone numbers. They reverse image search. They find social media profiles. This is opening up every man's entire life for every woman to see. And there's no recourse for men because it's completely anonymous from the woman's standpoint. And then here is obviously the last screen I can get into. It says take a selfie. Click here to take a selfie. Don't worry, we'll delete this after we verify you're a woman. And then if you invite friends, you get to get premium only. And then lastly, hang tight, we're reviewing your request to join team. You've skipped the wait list, so you should be approved in the next few hours. We'll notify you when you get accepted. I took a photo of myself. I said I'm a woman. We'll see how that turns out for us. I mean, are they part of the LCHD TV community or not? I'm curious. So what does this all boil down to? This is an app that if you just buy your photo in a dating app or in real life, will allow a woman to dox you. And there's no way you can find out who did it because it's all anonymous. This isn't just the end of dating online. It's the end of dating, period. Because if your photo is out anywhere, and a woman can grab it, if she meets you on Facebook, if she meets you on X, if she meets you anywhere on LinkedIn, she can do a full search on you. If you give her your phone number in a bar, she can do a full search on you. If she takes your photo at a bar, she can do a full search on you. This is way too much power in the hands of way too crazy women, and you know they're going to misuse this, and this company, I imagine, will be sued into the dirt within a year. But stay tuned. I'll keep my eye out for it, just in case. Guys, don't forget, if you like my content, join me on betterbachelor.locals.com. That's a great community of like-minded men we have, where we get to hang out and have private discussions behind a paywall, so we can show movie nights, we can have hangouts, we can share any stories we want to about any content. So make sure to come out and hang out and support the community. I think you'll really like it there. If you don't want to go there, go over to Odd Man Out over on Rumble. You can see all the same content over there without being on YouTube. And lastly, if you're going to stay here on YouTube, make sure you either like or dislike, subscribe, or leave a comment down below, because if you just watch the video and move on about your day, YouTube doesn't have that as a view anymore, and they are crushing content creators.
$700.05. That is what I just spent on Walmart.
Why are these all locked up if no one even has a key?
Well, we spent almost $400 at Walmart. And what we got?
So today we're going to be going over a topic recommended from one of you guys. Your videos have been so educational, thank you. Can you do another video on grocery prices? So we have a lot to look at today. The recent increase in prices in stores, what some people are paying for food, people are stealing groceries now, and the preventative measures these stores are taking. Dynamic prices and digital labels are now being rolled out into a lot of stores, as crazy as that sounds. And then I'm going to show you some prices around where I am. We also have comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with one of the big stories we all have seen in the news recently.
The CEO of Walmart, Doug McMillon, saying what so many have been anticipating, and he said it loud and clear, that Walmart is going to raise prices. Walmart, the world's largest retailer, is telling its shoppers the time has come.
Even at the reduced levels, the higher tariffs will result in higher prices.
CEO Doug McMillon did not say on today's quarterly earnings call which products would face a price increase, but the chief financial officer indicated that prices could go up within weeks. Toys and electronics imported from China fill new shelves at Walmart. Some of those will face an import tax of 30%.
Tariffs on countries like Costa Rica, Peru, and Colombia are pressuring imported items like bananas, avocados, coffee, and roses. We'll do our best to control what we can control in order to keep food prices as low as possible.
Now, I don't doubt that the tariffs have increased the prices, but it seems awfully similar to when all of these giant companies were just singling out Walmart in this clip, but many of its other competitors have said the same thing, where they were increasing prices because of inflation a few years years ago. But when you start comparing pre-pandemic prices to what they are now, it was significantly past the inflation rate. So I'm just worried that the next round of this will do the exact same thing, make it even more difficult to buy the necessities. I mean, we can take a look at what some people are paying for groceries now.
I just went to Trader Joe's, and I feel like it's a lot of money. For context, we do not eat out during the week, only every once in a while, and I meal prep lunches for both my husband and then I cook dinners every week. I spent $357 and some change, and it's just the two of us, a 2.5-year-old, give or take, and then like a 6.5-month-old. Is that a lot? Living up.
So we can go right to the comments. We spend $350 a week at Wegmans for a family of 4, and we don't eat out regularly. So you're talking $1,400 a month. Now, in almost every one of these comment sections, the prices for a family is just wildly different. Right after that, family of 6 adults, $350 to $400. I don't know if that's a week or a month. Family of 5, I spend around $150 to $200 a week, so about half of that. Family of 7, spend about $700 to $800 a month. One right after that, $120 a week. I mean, crazy differences. We live in San Diego, and it's easily $250 a week for my husband, toddler, and I. We don't buy any beef since we purchased bulk last year, so it's all in a deep freezer, which helps grocery costs lower, but it still costs something to begin with. But we eat out often. Okay, then it's definitely expensive these days. $250 a week for a family of 4, $150 to $200 for myself and my husband. We spend $220 a week, family of 4 at. So I also asked you guys a similar question in one of my older videos. Are your grocery prices increasing? And there were many replies since 2022. Yep, I get a few items. It's $80 to $100. Milk, eggs, meat, and vegetables, not even snacks. I live in Connecticut. I worked in a grocery store that's part of a Midwest chain, and I've watched prices go through the roof over the past 3 years. Here in Belgium, I work in a store, and every day I see prices go up 20 cents here, 50 cents there. Some things have gone up 2 to 5 euros per item, and I work at a food store. $326 for meat, eggs, and cheese for a month. I live in Italy, and my grocery bill has increased about 50% in the past 3 years. I know that, of course, I'm American, and most of my audience lives in the U.S., but these price increases are happening all over the world. We have a family of 5, and we spend around $150 to $200 a week. Yes, it's insane. Family of 4 in Oregon, buying the bare minimum.
In today's video, we finally put goldfish in the goldfish greenhouse. We went downstairs to the goldfish basement, we packaged up Scrat, our tester goldfish, we brought him to the greenhouse, and released them. Hope you enjoy. This is my goldfish greenhouse, a 1,000 square foot greenhouse fully suited to raise goldfish. And today, the very first goldfish will be making its way into the goldfish troughs. This is a day I've been waiting for literally years. Since I bought the property, I've had a plan to do this. And today is actually the first day. So I'm going to be getting one goldfish. His name is Scrat. He's a low-quality goldfish, but I love him. And he's going to be going in the trough, and I'm going to see if he survives. And if he survives, and if he does well, more and more goldfish will make their way in. But I cannot tell you guys how excited I am to get Scrat in here. And real quick, before I get Scrat into the goldfish greenhouse, I just want to go over everything that's gone into getting this thing up and running, because it's been a lot. If you guys remember, when I first bought this property, there was a old, worn-down fishery over this area. There was 2 buildings, actually, and it was crumbling apart. So I rented an excavator, and I tore that entire building down. I rented a dumpster. By hand, we filled that dumpster up, me and a couple people off Craigslist, okay? After that was all done, I had to get, truckloads and truckloads of fill and regrade this entire area and make it all nice and flat and smooth. And then I had to go through some permitting processes. I got in trouble for a little retention wall. And then I finally got the foundation poured. I did a ton of research on greenhouses. I built this entire greenhouse myself. And then I just got the whole inside ready. I set up a solar system. I set up an off-grid solar system on the top of the greenhouse. For the power, I went to an old well on the property. I got that well working again, and I lined it all the way over here. There's just been so much work to get this to this point. So for me, this is like today is probably the most important day since I moved here. You know, like career-wise, goldfish-wise, today is the biggest day. And also, I just realized I haven't done a water test in a couple days. I just want to do one final water test just to ensure it's as fish safe as we can get it and get Scrat over here. Okay, so I just like to use a pipette, and I'm just going to fill a bunch of these to 5 milliliters. Good. Okay, so we got our water samples here, and we're just going to be doing a couple quick tests. I'm mainly curious about the pH, the ammonia, and the nitrite. Okay. But mini extra greenhouse. So he'll things. This is crazy. The first goldfish in the goldfish greenhouse. Now, I'll be honest. The very next video I might make is Scrat is dead. Scrat is extremely sick. Something bad has happened to Scrat. Because he's the very first fish in the system. There's a bunch of things that could be potentially wrong in this system. So I'm just going to be closely monitoring him today. I will keep you guys updated. But right now, I'm not seeing signs of initial shock. Like there's something crazy wrong. Because typically if there's a lot of initial shock, they'll just go to the bottom and they'll bottom sit. All right? Typically when there's big initial shock, I'll just see a bottom sitting goldfish. Now obviously he's showing signs of stress. I see him going towards the edges and swimming towards the corners. But that's typical signs of stress of putting a fish in a new environment that it's not used to. But in terms of water shock, I'm not really seeing signs of shock. I'm not seeing signs of shock in him because he's just swimming around. He is swimming around. He just seems a little stressed. Okay, guys, executive decision. I have decided to add Frank into the tank as well. So I'm going to be taking Frank out there for 2 reasons. One, I don't want little Scrat to be alone. I honestly think that him being alone in there with no other goldfish is potentially stressing him out even a little more. He's just not used to that. He's always been with other fish. Goldfish like to be with other fish. So he still seems to be doing fine, but I just think it'd be better if he had a companion. And Frank is a common goldfish, so he's bulletproof. So honestly, if there's going to be something bad that happens, it's still going to be Scrat that goes down first, likely, before Frank. So let's get Frank out there. Okay, I got Frank now too. So we're taking Frank and we're putting Frank in the troughs as well now. Look at this dude. So if you didn't know yet, goldfish are pretty social fish. They do like to be around other fish. And I just feel like this is a huge change for Scrat, and it would probably help him to have some companionship. Okay, Frank. We'll let you acclimate for a couple minutes or so, just till the tank temperature is matching your bag temperature. And then we're going to release Frank now, too. Okay. It's been long enough. So we'll get a little more water in there. But yeah, common goldfish are bulletproof. These guys can live in nearly anything, so they're not the greatest test subject. However, it'll be a great companion for Scrat. Here we go, buddy. Look at him go. He's going to Scrat. He's going to Scratland. Keep going, buddy. Okay. And first release. Yep.
Wow.
This is a difficult one because it's insufferable, and also there's too much material for me to really go over. You guys know the Nelk Boys or Full Send podcast? I only learned about them from when the small round one went on the Adam Friedland show. They're just another like bro comedy right wing podcast. They hosted Trump a few times. You know, it's in the same sphere, I guess, as Fresh and Fit Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. Right? I'm flattening the disc a little bit here, but fundamentally we're talking about the same general crowd. A lot of overlap. They had Netanyahu on. Now, I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. Apparently, oh, good Lord, look at that like to dislike ratio. Woo. You've run kind of like into a negative overlap here because, you know, as much as there might be a right-wing disposition in these podcasts, as it turns out, a lot of like young, angry, misogynistic 18-year-old children do not want to die for Israel. Not a good overlap, you know. It's mostly like old boomer neocon types who are in for that. Why did Netanyahu agree to this? You've got it all wrong. See, Netanyahu didn't agree to this. The Nelk boys did. Apparently, what I heard, and you're free to fact check me on this if I'm wrong, this whole thing was set up by the White House. They've got White House contacts. They've had Trump on, you know? Netanyahu wanted to come on because he's trying a new, you know, effort at propagandizing to probably shore up the fact that nobody within this age group likes him. It's been talked about quite a bit. This came out just 4 hours ago. Nelk Boys admits questions scripted by Israel. The questions list, it was pre-agreed upon. So you have some like comedy good old boys who are essentially receiving scripts and a foreign genocidal, you know, war criminal to just kind of, it's historical stuff, really.
This is probably a good segue to our Nelk Boy segment because that is a watershed cultural moment for the future of the country and for a lot of these people who did vote for Donald Trump, putting Nelk the guys out of it. I'm talking about young people. Remember, young men specifically broke hard for Trump in the 2024 election. Now, will they come out
closer to 50-50, but more hard than you'd expect?
Out to vote again? Nobody knows, all right? I think so. Especially people, especially age, they gain some, you know, grasp in society. They start to. And I think this Nelk Boys moment is a very important one for, I think, both in the Israel conversation, but really politically and media-wise as well. Yeah. So it's been, well, let's transition here now. The Nelk Boys continue to talk both about the details of their interview,
the damage control, and after the and the pro-Palestine people they talked to after Netanyahu were Fresh and Fit Hassan and Nick Fuentes. I see. Okay, so it went all right. It's going well then. What's a Nelk boy? Nelk boy, but I don't know what it is either. Polling is the devil, but yeah. Trump is deeply underwater with the young people. I've seen some far-right people say this is because young men are so far-right that they're disappointed with Trump being cucked on and not being far-right enough on immigration or Israel or whatever. But that doesn't seem to be the case if you look at the sub-issue polling breakdown, right? It seems like a lot of young people just kind of wanted change, and Trump has not offered change, at least not change for the good. Anyway, yeah, the whole thing was screened ahead of time. You can get kind of a taste of the tone. Somebody just linked this, but this is like the gist of the interview, okay? The whole thing is a carefully scripted propaganda effort by Netanyahu, representing Israel, to try to win back a demographic that has, for the most part, come to despise Israel and everything that it represents. Israel in America represents moral Puritan browbeating, where every criticism you issue of them, from the fact that they hoover up our money, to the fact that they're killing, you know, lots and lots of innocent people, to the fact that they're, in many cases, the Zionists, annoying, right? Their only response to it is to browbeat you, to call you anti-Semitic, and to demand that you be deported, right? Like, it's not exactly like a cool crowd. Very uncool, very dictatorial. But in spite of that...
Do you have a business right now? Are you regulated?
Yes.
You are? Why are you regulated? You're regulated? By what? You should have the freedom to say whatever you want, to talk whatever you want. I didn't realize there's regulation on podcasts.
So what he's trying to do here is appeal to the bias towards perceived freedom of speech. Anyone who likes the Nelk Boys, likes the Full Send podcast, would like the idea of just getting to say whatever you want with no one stepping on you, man. The problem being, of course, that Israel has state censors. There are people who are currently facing legal charges for reporting on the war in Gaza in Israel. If you are a journalist in Israel, if you publish something that looks bad to the government, they can bring you to court over it. They have far less free speech than we do. They literally have. Remember at the very beginning of the conflict, right after October 7th, there were videos of people who were getting arrested because, like, they had, one woman had, like, a WhatsApp status message that was interpreted by the government as being pro-Hamas, so they showed up in military gear to arrest her. Not to mention, you know, all the journalists they've killed. Well, anyway, let's give it a look.
Not the most thing about this. We're just not. We just should not be doing this.
That's true.
But here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Look at everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah, Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the Blair House,
Yep.
right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen, like, the...
Very authentic, very, like, very independent, very just a bunch of comedy boys, you know? Going over to, like, essentially the White House to interview the foreign prime minister, the scripted interview. Yeah.
the White House and stuff? Like, how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office a pretty long time. Not because we don't have elections, but because I've won quite a few of them, okay? I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world, and especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, chants death to America, death to Israel. Well, I think
kind of acting a bit desperate, don't you think? Like, obviously, the only reason he's here is to try to salvage a bit of reputation with a certain demographic of people. So for him to open like this, so obviously, like, drooling, tongue out, please God, like me, I like Trump, you like Trump, right? We all like Trump here,
Together we've shown the world a different face of America, very powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and, I really like him.
What do you like most about him?
If you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this opportunity many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Nothing this audience loves more, nothing they love more than the deep level of collusion between Netanyahu and Trump. The fact that there's just so much, Netanyahu, yeah, he's over, in 3 months out of the year, That's just interesting. It's like they don't understand, or like he doesn't understand, why people in this demographic might hate him. And by the way, I don't think the average viewer of the Full Send podcast would dislike Netanyahu for the genocide, because a lot of the people who watch this podcast voted for Trump. I think they dislike him because of the censorious browbeating. I think they dislike him because Zionism in America is heavily associated with tone policing, with demands of fealty, in everything, in essence, everything that comedians hate, right? Zionism, to an extent, at least as it expresses itself in America right now in this day and age, is the death of comedy. Because everybody who represents it, they understand every joke at their expense as like a critical threat to their separate colonial project. They don't allow for comedy. Even Trump allows for comedy at his expense, but there's like a particular inflection to the way Zionists engage in their... Like, look at what Mamdani had to deal with, man. It's never even like a direct confrontation, right? It's always like, well, why did you say this? Why don't you say this? How do you feel about this? Don't you think that... Like, it's never... You know what I mean? Browbeat, with the newspaper, They don't try to change anyone's minds, is what I mean.
Of course.
He can be very funny.
Especially off camera, right?
You can split your, you sit there and you start... You follow him because it's so funny. And also, I'll tell you something else. That Sarah, who's a psychologist, and psychologists, they look at people, they identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He had a good heart.
That's great.
He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that you have to know him well to appreciate it. And the last thing I've heard about him, okay, I'm not going to tell you many things, but he cuts through the chase. He cuts through the BS. Not just from how BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to the things that people don't want to really think through. He cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality, because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So
This is pathetic. Yeah, but it does kind of remind you that Israel doesn't control America, right? That it's like a tumor off America. It's a mutually, what do they call it? When two parasites feed off each other, what do they call it? I'm blanking on the term here. Symbiotic. That's right. Yeah, symbiotic relationship. They both exist at each other's benefit, at least with respect to some things, like MIC profits.
It's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
About the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years. Both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into, how shall I say this, severe disagreements.
About?
And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful agreements. And when there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen.
There's incredible knowledge of why the people on this podcast dislike Netanyahu. He's literally like, no. You should like Trump because he and I are so close. The thing about Trump and I, we get along on everything. There's no difference between us. Amazing things are happening because of our unprecedented level of cooperation. It's like he doesn't understand that the best way for him to sell himself to this crowd would be to downplay the degree to which he sits in the lap of American power, and to instead talk about Israel as like a separate entity where Israel and America benefit each other in like a quid pro quo kind of way. That would sell way better to this audience. Not necessarily to the interviewers, because the interviewers are paid off, right? They're literally, this whole thing is a setup. To the audience, like, this only reaffirms everything negative they're feeling about Trump. It's possible that disillusionment in Trump from young right-wing people might be to an extent because of Israel, right? Because it is kind of difficult to believe that Trump is some sort of like, deep state defying ubermensch when he gets in and like immediately starts doing all the same shit with Israel that his predecessor did. People are calling for Japan's current PM to step down since the LDP lost its majority in the upper house. Japan has been like a one-party state for so long. I don't care about Japanese politics. They need to do something over there for me to be interested. I feel like they've been holding the same course since like the 50s, right? It's insane. It really is nothing ever happens politics. They do not. It's such a inert, unchanging force. Their Japanese far right is one. The party's proposing loyalty checks as well. Read more. Read more. Read more. Don't talk to me like that. Far right San Sieto party wins shock electoral gains in Japan on an anti-foreigner platform. Exactly what the country needs. Nationalist Japanese first platform. Growing public unease over immigration, over tourism, and a stagnant economy. Okay. How is this different from what they're already doing? Japan's Prime Minister has launched an office focusing on fostering harmonious coexistence with foreign nationals as an ultra-conservative party rose a wave of anti-immigration sentiment unexpected electoral success. In a shock, the long-ruling Liberal Democratic Party, previously fringed Sansiento, won 14 seats in the 248-seat upper house on Sunday, becoming the fourth largest opposition party in parliament. Okay, not exactly like taking over the government here. With its calls for a crackdown on excessive acceptance of foreigners. Japanese politics are so stagnant that a party getting 14 seats in a 248-seat legislature is considered like a massive upset, you know? Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, every election, they just roll dice on who's going to have the majority. Sansiento proposed loyalty checks for foreigners as well as the suspension of social services. This is a nothing burger to me. 14 seats, really? There have always been, this anti-immigrant sentiment has always existed in Japan. If anything, it's represented by the majority. Isn't Japan like almost entirely Japanese? Yes, much to the detriment of their economy, and none of them are f***ing. Same like South Korea, though they're not quite as bad as South Korea. Look at the average age in that photo. Yeah, isn't it like really weird to think about that our parents and grandparents grew up in a world, like let's say in America, where it was common to have children running around in the street everywhere, and nowadays when we go outside to like promenades and malls and stuff, there like occasionally you might see a family with a kid, but overwhelmingly it's just like 20 and 30 somethings or maybe old people, you know, like they are. Parents and grandparents grew up in a world where it was common to have kids running around everywhere, and now the world is like silent in them because nobody's having any kids. No, Bosch, this is now Western-style xenophobia, completely different. How can you hate Jews and blacks as Japanese? You've never seen one. I disagree. I think there are plenty of people in Japan who have been perfectly capable of being racist towards groups of people they've never seen. In fact, that's how most people who are racist are. I'm not anti-natalist, but I also think I'm going to start banning people who act indifferent or nonchalant when I talk about the demographics crisis in the future, because it's so annoying for a bunch of childless 20 and 30-somethings with, like, dual income, no children, 3-cat households to performatively demonstrate how much they aren't fazed by their parents' insistence that they have a kid. Nobody fucking cares, okay? It's an objective economic social crisis that is happening all over the nation. It has nothing to do with your personal psychosis or neuroses on the subject. It's not about your personal choice. It's a widespread, international, every age range, every country, every demographic, every income level. It doesn't matter. All across the board. You know, it's not every country. It literally is. Every single country on Earth is a declining population. From South Korea to Russia to America to Spain to Brazil to Sub-Saharan Africa, India, everywhere. There are literally countries with over 6 birth rates. Now, don't be a retard. They didn't used to have a 6+ birth rate. They had more than a 6+ birth rate. It's going down, the birth rate. You mean birth rate? Yes, that's why I'm saying birth rate. I mean birth rate because I'm saying birth rate. Why is that a bad thing? Aren't we overpopulated? Oh, I don't want to do this again, man. No, we're not overpopulated. Don't fall for any Malthusian bullshit. You don't want to have a population curve where like 80% of the population is 40 or older. You don't want that. You don't want that. Your society can't maintain that population distribution. How do we get more food to feed? We have plenty of food. We just feed all of it to cows so that we can eat nutritious things, okay? There's more than enough food. It's not a resource issue. Yeah, Christ. Look at the... Oh, it's a GIF. There, 20. Yeah, look at that. The peaks, the most common age right now in Japan is like in the 70s. This is overly optimistic. This assumes that the population rate doesn't continue to decline the way that it has. I actually disagree. I don't think it's pessimistic enough based on current data. We'll see. I'm excited to get more people to have kids. That's a big, complicated topic that I've discussed many times. I'm only acknowledging that the problem exists. I don't have to explain the solution to the problem or the possible solution to the problem every time. It just bothers me that when I mention the problem exists, a bunch of people in chat start venting their parental issues. I don't give a shit. It's bloody afford it now. It's not money. Poor countries have more children than wealthy countries. Countries with less free time often have more children. It's not money. It feels like people are really weirdly susceptible to the world is overpopulated thing. Yeah, people hear like Lawrence Southern talk about birth rates, they jump straight into Malthusianism, like on the other side of the wall. It doesn't work. Japan's booming tourism sector is one of the few parts of the economy tracking well. 37 million visitors arrive. Ooh, nice. higher than pre-COVID levels. Tourists can afford to pay for an increase in price for a bowl of ramen while locals are struggling to buy a dozen eggs. Professor Atkins said, groceries are pretty cheap, or at least the eating out is. The price of rice has doubled over the past year. Well, why is that? That seems like a big deal. Bad harvest? That sucks. Not because of foreigners? Well, yeah, of course foreigners aren't the reason rice is expensive in Japan. Doubled, though. That is insane. Major heat wave in 2023, increase in inflation in Japan. The root cause were the government's long-term efforts to restrict the production of rice. Okay, always a smart idea. Keep the price high so that the rice barons continue to make a good profit. The key issue was the government's effort to protect rice farmers. It's always the farmers, man. The many rice farmers who are essentially elderly part-time farmers who are the main voting base for the leading political party in Japan, the Liberal Democratic Party, which has been basically in power of Japan almost the entirety of the post-1945 years. They artificially restrict rice production so that, of course, there's a limited supply of Japanese-produced rice. Damn, it's almost like stuff like this should be bought by the government at a constant rate to maximize production. And if there's excess, if there's waste, then the government won't buy anymore. So, you just have to suck it up and deal with it. These processes should be nationalized, man. Every time you try to protect an industry, so you're like, no, we'll control the supply. What happens if you control the supply? Inevitably, eventually, something happens, you no longer have excess. The whole thing capitalism is supposed to do well is to provide access to certain parts of the person. That's what we think someone's scary. God, with the Japanese crime rate, to be scared really rough around at night, you gotta be something because you You gotta eat some red meat. You gotta stop eating fish and rice. Are you kidding me? You're scared of crime? You know? Come on. Just under 3% of Japan's total population is being They also want to make it so even if you naturalize, you're still separate from real citizens. Yeah, of course they do. It always plays out the same way. I still think this is kind of a nothing. Honestly, it seems to me like this is just a mild metastasization of the xenophobia that's been a part of mainstream Japanese culture for a long time. It's not going to work because Japan is kept afloat largely by its tourist industry. Any actual political effort to restrict it would be met with overwhelming capital backlash. What else are they doing in Japan? The thing they're known for all around the world is tourism and cultural exports, you know? It's like the worst country possible to do that. Like, people visit France, but France isn't known for cultural exports the way Japan is. It's not going to happen. Good luck with all that, I guess. Don't forget about matcha. I will forget about matcha, because I don't really care about matcha. If I'm drinking a drink, I want the drink to have the consistency of a drink. I'm sorry. I just don't want... That's the one time I don't want balls in my mouth. That's boba? Oh, I'm mixing them up. So what? Matcha is just the green stuff, right? Matcha's a flavor? Matcha is a green tea? Well, I don't like green tea either. I'll take. Yeah, well, I drink water, so...
Definitely, I need more snare in my mic. Yeah. I was high key in love, thought we'd never break up. Her smile was my UAV, lit up my darkest days. We were vibing Pookie, thought we'd slave as a team. But she ghosted me, left the stuck in a dream. My heart's taking shots like I camped in a lobby, no clutch, no revive, just an ache in my body. She said that we're done. Let me be salty, no cap. Now my skibbity pain in my no cap trap. I was sipping too hard, gave my all, no regrets, but she hit me with the it out. I'm drowning in debts, emotional weight. I'm just saying words now, press me down. Leave a 1v6 clutch with no squad to be found. I keep replaying her words like a kill cam on loop. Everyone, I'm done. Cut. I fell off, guys. I fell off. I can't rap anymore. I fell off, guys. I'm going to have to redeem myself. If you just heard that, let's just pretend like that never happened, and I'm going to totally redeem myself. All right. What do we got here? Oh, it's a gamer girl. It's a gamer girl.
Hey guys, are you there? Anybody there? Hello? My heart, my world's spinning and everything just feels so cold.
It sounds like a Breaking Benjamin song. Maybe you should seek some help.
It's just my girl, dude. She's just refined right now.
That's cool, though.
It's actually not cool, man. She went on she was made to go on this trip for her job. Her boss made her go play paintball.
Bro, is there any way you can put your girl on the mic?
No, she's not here. She won't answer my calls. He made her go play paintball, and the dude shot her in the neck like 4 times. Now she has like a bruised up neck, and now she doesn't want to do anything or like be around me. Just really, I don't know what happened.
Right. Dog, move on. That's all I can tell you.
We've been together for like, it's actually not funny.
He shot her in the neck a couple times with a
Yeah, that's not like, yeah, her freaking boss, dude. I'm gonna sue him, bro. He's like, dog, man. Like, why would you shoot her in the neck? Are you that bad at shooting a paintball gun? And why would you even make her go paintball and she didn't want to go?
Hey, here's the question though. Does your lady have a sister? Because I would take time into that.
Actually, she does have a sister, but...
Okay, then I would go play paintball with her sister, if you know what I mean.
Her sister doesn't want to play paintball. She didn't even want to go. Her boss made her go, and then it freaking shot her in the neck. What an idiot. Like, who even misses that bad, bro? And then, like, she got back, and, like, she's in so much pain, she didn't even want me touching her.
That sucks.
It does suck, man. I don't know what happened. We were so good before she left. Wish she didn't even work there.
I would move on, dog. That's my advice to you, because it doesn't sound like paintball to me, dog. But I'm not your personal fucking therapist, dog.
What are you talking about?
Could be bullying or something.
They went and played paintball out of town.
It's crazy. Out of town paintball? Yeah, that's crazy.
I heard that. What?
I would ask her sister if she wants to go play paintball. Fuck her around.
Why would her
Oh,
sister?
to my left.
I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Her sister wouldn't want to play paintball. She didn't even want to play.
Well, ask her if she likes to get bent over.
That's the most random thing anybody's said to me all night.
Well, and if you're that obnoxious to think that your old lady would go on a paintball trip with her boss out of town and then come back with her neck lit up, dog, that is obnoxious as fuck. And maybe you do deserve to be using.
Okay, well, I saw the whelps on her neck, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it happened.
Okay. So, do you think, dog? Like I said, I'm not your personal therapist.
I'm not asking for therapy. I'm just telling people that I'm just sad.
Well, why?
What do you mean why? I mean, I'm just having a hard time. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like ask for sympathy. It's just kind of something that freaking made her go and do that. And I know that's made trouble with this guy. I want her to quit.
Damn, right here behind you.
Paintball with me.
I'll go play paintball with you, son.
Well, I'm just saying, bro, like, if you're going to play paintball, like, why would you shoot at somebody's neck? And, like, shoot her in the...
Hey, Kyle, check it out, bro. It's not paintball. I mean, she got wrecked. Okay? Yes, sir.
She got him just over, dog.
Wait, what?
He juiced her to sleep, bro.
Wait.
Yeah.
Juiced her to sleep. That's why she ain't want you touching on her.
What do you mean?
That ain't
Fucking
what,
record this shit and run
hickey.
it back until you do understand.
Yeah, they're hickey,
Can
dog.
you just say it in plain English? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
She fucked your boss, dog.
No, I'm not. No, Amy, no. She's in love with my. Wait, no.
baby. Wait. No, but she got shot in the neck like 4 times, and she had like 2 shots in the groin area. She definitely was playing paintball. Amy. Just standing out in the rain outside her house. Amy. Amy. What conversation did I join into? I don't know. This whole stream got off the rails a long time ago. Just FYI, it's really off the rails. I think we're off the rails. Hey, what's up, Croissant? Epic. Yeah, we gotta try that one again. I need more time. Amy is sleeping with the Taco Bell manager. Yeah, it was a Taco Bell team building event, and she got hit in the neck with a paintball. I mean, hey, dude, that dude. Yo, what's up, guys? You guys ever buy things online?
Oh no! I knew I was gonna run into you.
Hey, Jab.
You, I follow you on TikTok.
Jab? Dude, you have a TikTok, Jab? That's crazy.
Me? No, my name is Jed.
Your name is Kill T, man. Hell?
My name's Jed. You ever buy stuff online, man? I just became an entrepreneur. I just started.
Yo, I can text please. What's up, my guy?
Who?
You, text please. On Twitch and TikTok.
I'm a recent entrepreneur. I just started a business.
What?
Oh no, I'm a recent entrepreneur. I just started a new business online. I started selling. I started a new product. If you guys are interested in maybe taking a look at it.
Sorry, I have a nervous tick.
Really? That's pretty common, I hear. That's crazy. Yeah.
Did you finally get your gamer girl or no?
About to. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Well, my hubby's in here, so.
Good. I want him to watch.
Sorry. Happily taken.
Which one is he?
My name's Jed.
Jeb, you're just sitting in the corner watching. Right, Jeb?
Yeah, just like a cuck. Yeah, he's gonna sit in the corner eating donuts, and I'll be like, Jed, bring me one of them donuts. I need more fuel to keep this going. Right, guys?
Oh my god, I cannot believe I ran into you. That's so funny.
Is it though? I play this game all the time. I literally am addicted. Literally. Do you actually follow me on TikTok?
Actually,
don't lie.
Yeah, swear to God, text please, yeah.
What's your name on there? Get you banned. Go right ahead.
It is Myrtle22.
Myrtle.
Must be the E-daters.
22. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I got the right information so that we can see Myrtle.
It's like,
you don't follow me. You're a liar.
You're a liar. Yes, I do.
You don't. I just looked you up and you don't follow me. Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing.
Yes, I do. I'm literally watching your live right now. You're embarrassing. Come on, get your shit together.
I really appreciate it. Well,
no, but I actually am a big fan.
Oh, I think you're a big fan of that. That you're a big fan of that. That's kind of cool. Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to stop harassing y'all, and I'm going to get out of here. And I hope you have a wonderful night, and I thank you so much for being here. I'm a big fan of myself. Actually, ornery, you spelled it wrong. There's actually supposed to be an H in front of your name. It's actually ornery. Jason, Myrtle Elliot, 22. I thought she said Marta. Leave a comment. Yeah, exactly. Leave a comment. Drop a comment if you're really actually watching. No, you probably don't want to do that because you're going to get a bunch of follows from creeps. You don't want to see what happens when Kyle comes out. Oh, no, she did, Chad. She dropped the... No, you really messed up, Bertha. Oh, you're about to get followed from so many creeps. All right, guys, we're going to do Fat Guy Bit after this. Right now, we're doing Fat Guy Bit. Uh-oh, she really messed up. It's over for you, Marta.
I spelled your name wrong earlier. That's why I didn't see you. Let's see. We got to follow Murtaugh back. Let's see how many follows we can give Murtaugh. She's got 650. Be an alpha and go follow her. Why not? I bet she wasn't ready for that. Way to kill the vibe. That's all right. It happens. It happens. I mean, come on. Like, it happens. That's not big.
Upstairs in the room above B. He jumped in the window and killed me.
Could you, where's he at, man? I can't see him.
One living B side.
I killed the one that came to the door. The other one was upstairs. Above B.
Oh, man, I'm not even alive. Oh, wait on the stairs. Oh, man. I think he's on the bridge, guys. Buzzy shoot at the bridge.
Yeah, I thought I seen him.
Yeah, I think he was up there.
Oh, hell no.
You see him? Where's he at? Where's he at? Can we get some call outs? Razor Jack, you still there?
Yeah, Hulk Hogan died.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that, dude. I'm tore up inside, dude. I literally have his belt hanging up on my wall, dude. His first
it kind of sucks, bro. It's like, you grow up watching these people, man.
And it
like,
breaks
I'm
my
almost
heart.
45 years old, dude. Grew up watching the dude, now he's dead.
Like, people, the next generation ain't gonna understand the way that I cut my hair, dude. I cut my hair just like a holster.
They're lost, bro.
Dude, I dyed my hair just like his and everything. Dude, I got a handle my mustache and everything, dude. You guys like Doritos? I've been waiting all day to get off work so I can get home and buy Doritos. I miss you, Hulk. Yeah, brother.
Oh, shit.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna put over the beef.
I'm AFK.
Oh, why you AFK, man? Get back in the game, man. This chip is for you.
This is a long piss, bro.
Yeah, I hear it, dude. It sounds like an alpha stream. Oh my gosh, just Doritos. Get in my mouth. Dorito dust you get on my forehead. Oh, God, I wish I got something.
God damn it, Cartman.
Oh.
Am I dead yet?
No, you're still alive. Just, if you guys can make call out so you know where they're at. I can't find anybody. I'm sorry. Hold on, I got to take chip break. I'm ready. No, man, I like right now.
I must be drunk. I'm telling you, I haven't seen nobody but 3 guys.
I'm not drinking. I'm just eating tonight, man. I'm hungry, dude. What'd you have for dinner? Anything good?
That's staying hot dog.
You had a hot dog? Yeah, I love me a good blizzard, bro. I crushed 4 blizzards last night. I put fake beans on, too. Man, I'm probably going to have to get a haircut now because people aren't going to understand that why I look like Hulk Hogan. They're like, hey, like, dude, look at this picture. It's freaking Hulk Hogan. They're going to be like, bro, really? Why do you got a haircut like him, dude? You don't even look like him.
I got 2 on the right side, 2 on the right side, Dad.
He was like 200 pounds, dude. You're like literally 300 pounds bigger than him.
There.
Alright, push it in. Left side, go to A. Slide in. There we go. In the meeting. That's another one for my team. Chip break. Holy crap! Ricky Cobbler
Major W's in the chat for my boy, Ricky. The machine. Money bags.
I just spit chips all over my mic. Hold on.
Hey, she's not even here. That's the funny thing. Spicy's not even here, bro. Spicy's not even here. She didn't even see that. Oh my gosh! Imagine not actually being in chat.
Oh, sorry. Jenna, sorry I'm being so loud. I apologize.
I'm gonna keep it down, okay? I'm gonna keep it down. The chewing is a trigger, but I love text. Oh, there's more to come. Trust me, we're about to do that again. Dude, holy crap, Ricky. He said, "Happy birthday, Southern Spice," and she's not even here. What a beta, dude! She's not even here, Chad. Oh my gosh! Imagine. All right, hold on. I gotta go see if she's over here. Hold on, Chad. I gotta see if she's in Discord. So I'm gonna call her out for being an absolute beta. Oh, she's back. Just kidding. Yo, happy birthday to my friend Southern Spice coming in with the Ricky Cobbler kindness $100 donation, dude. That's crazy, Ricky. Thank you, man. Oh, and on top of that, Ricky said, you know what? Here's a little bit for you too, Chax. Let's freaking go. Q, Telly, Ranger Productions, 2623. Are you clipping? Buckeye Buds, Nexus, okay. Chicken Strangler, and I'm the Chicken Strangler. And Neon Clouds, welcome to the Wolf Pack. Dude, that's insane, man. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky. Bro, are you just rich or something, man? Like for real, like you gotta chill out, Ricky. You're crazy, bro. She's eating cake. Yeah, that's crazy, brother. Thank you, man. Yo, it's Southern Spice's birthday, guys. Happy birthday to my friend, Southern Spice. I was about to say her real name. Good evening, Tex. How are you? I'm doing good, Beaver Whiskers. How are you? Dude, Ricky, holy crap. You must drive like a rich guy car. Much love? Yeah, dude. That's more than love, man. That's crazy, dude. That's actually insane. I feel guilty. I really do. When you guys give money to me, I feel guilty about it. I should probably stop saying that because I feel like you guys think I say that to how I just feel guilty. I appreciate you guys so much. I have a job though. I love you guys. I literally love you guys. Just got here, but last stream you said y'all make me feel like I'm doing something right. I want to say you've got a real gift, homie. First tier 3 sub I ever gave yesterday, and you earned it. Dude, you subbed yesterday? I wasn't even streaming yesterday. Dude, that's crazy. Get big. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Yo, and tier 3 is crazy, bro. Oh, wait, you were the tier 3 from the other night. You mean Tuesday? Dude, you mean Tuesday? Was that on Tuesday? You mean Tuesday? Or did you actually do it yesterday? I thought I remembered you from Tuesday. That's crazy, brother. Thank you. You guys are crazy. I love you guys. I'm just here to make you guys laugh. Oh, yeah, Tuesday. I thought so. Okay.
That's the third time I shot one.
Hey, Fly Honey Man. Actually, flies don't produce honey, but that's good. I guess it's just. What were you going for there? I'm just curious. Did you know that flies don't produce honey, or were you just like, are you just being like, did you just being ironic? Fly Honey Man? Are you just being ironic?
That's what it was.
Hey, why are you muting me? I didn't even do anything wrong. I was just trying to talk to you about your friends. Yo,
I just can't talk to it.
oh my gosh, what is wrong with y'all? I can't talk in the game. Why is everybody being mean to me? What the fuck is going on? You're being ironic because you're mad because you're jealous of me. You're jealous of me. It's probably my cool kid clothes. I wear Jordans. I have Jordan 3s, and you guys are jealous of me. I know it. I know people like ever since high school have always been jealous of me. That's why none of the girls wanted to talk to me. All the guys would get jealous, and they would tell them not to. And they would tell them that I'm a girl puncher. Ever since high school, it hasn't changed. They would call me freak
I only did that one time. I'm really emotional, chat. We're out of here. Fun fact, honeybee is vomit. That's not so fun of a fact. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Social anxiety fears this man. You're hilarious. Yeah, guys, if you have social anxiety, the best thing to do is just let it out. Okay? Let it out. Like shoot it as a rope. Shoot ropes of social anxiety away from yourself. Hey, what's up, Princess Kim? If you have anxiety, shoot ropes, right? Shoot ropes of anxiety away from you. Shoot them onto somebody else. Shoot those ropes, guys. You full send. Full send that anxiety somewhere else. Here, I'm sending it all on you guys. I'm sending my social anxiety your way. You better dodge it. Don't get it on your head. It's hard to get out of your hair. Don't get social anxiety in your head, guys. Yep, Amber, here comes some your way. Quick dodge. Try an all-sympathy character or the victim character. Okay, I can do victim. Yeah, dodge it, guys. Don't get hit by the ropes of anxiety. You feel violated? Well, don't get hit by it. It's not my fault. Social anxiety's coming your way. Don't get glazed by it. Blade's filling with this social anxiety. Better be careful. Don't get it on your skin. You don't want that. You don't want it to seep in and make you anxious. Crazy. Jenna got. Oh, okay. Okay. See, Chicky, you just took it too far. Chicky, you took it too far. Jenna is. I will ban people for Jenna. I really will. I will protect her because she is my friend. Kinda. I mean, I don't know. Is Jenna really my friend, chat? Because like, I'm always like, yo, Jenna, we should play games together. And she's like, yeah, sure. And then she never wants to. Does that mean like? Does that mean she's actually not my friend?
U.S.-Canada trade relations continue to heat up and Canadians are going broke. It's looking like the only way that Western Canada is going to be able to survive this is by becoming the 51st state. We are seeing investor capital flee Canada at an alarming rate and head straight down to the U.S. But don't worry, the liberal economists are there to write their scary articles on how if Alberta leaves, they're going to go broke. We will get into that, and that's all going on as we are seeing internal sabotage on major nation-building projects that is continuing to hurt Canada. But America, you're not innocent in that either. We got some projects to go over. And while all of these tensions are happening, we had a Canadian arrested by the U.S. Coast Guard for allegedly doing nothing. But he is French, so can he be trusted? We'll talk about all that today. It's getting insane, so let's get into it.
Well, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, or CFIB, is raising a red flag that our economy could be in for a rough ride. Its quarterly forecast saying that the forecast for the second quarter is dropping to 0.8%, dropping by that in the second quarter, and could fall a further 0.8% in the third quarter. If that happens, we will be in a recession. The report notes most businesses expect long-term supply disruptions thanks to, you guessed it, Donald Trump's trade war against Canada, 6 months and counting.
So it is funny that once again America is going to get blamed for Canada's underperformance. And yes, it would, I say it in all the videos, Trump's tariffs are a factor, but not the factor for the recessionary problem. We all know Canada had a major immigration problem. They had government spending problems. All of the issues they had were way bigger than just Trump coming in with his tariffs. They did help, but it's bigger than that.
As well as delays at the American border. There are about 400,000 vacant jobs in the private sector, and here's another fact.
That's another one. Oh, we got a labor shortage. Sure, nobody can get a job.
That sign. Private investment nosediving, or expected to anyway, down 13% in Q2, and predicted to drop again by about 7% in the third quarter. Let's bring in.
And that's the number that is very important from that story. I mean, there's lots of information, of course, classic. Canadians can only blame Americans for their problems. That's the way that it seems to go. But we have the numbers to back it up. Foreign investors lower exposure to Canada selling GOC paper. Foreign investors also reducing their exposure, suggesting growing skepticism about Canada's short-term prospects. Foreign investors sold off $2.8 billion in Canadian securities in May, also marking a fourth consecutive month of divestment
Even the TSX, which outperformed by raising 5.4% in May, saw foreign investors sell off $11.4 billion in stocks. Foreign investors are also shifting expectations of Canadian debt performance. Money market divestment hits $4.5 billion in May, primarily Government of Canada paper treasury bills with maturities under 1 year. And that's with on top of Canadians themselves don't even believe in Canada anymore and are buying more American stocks and selling domestic. So if Canadians at the domestic level are going, well, I'd rather buy American, maybe there's a problem in Canada if they're not willing to invest in themselves. Since Canadians are putting their elbows down when it comes to exposure to American stocks. Canadian investors increased their net position in foreign securities by $13.4 billion in May, up 227% from April. They pumped $14.2 billion into the U.S. stocks, the biggest inflow since February. Yes, Canadians are losing faith in Canada as an institution. And that's why it's looking like Alberta, Western Canada separation is going to be better and better. But don't worry, we've got Trevor Toome, who is a famous liberal economist. And this is why it's important as well to go over articles like this when we're talking about what would happen if Western Canada were to leave, potentially become the 51st state. Because this is a guy who the mainstream news uses as the voice of, like, we brought in our resident economist, Trevor Toome, and he gets featured on all of these channels, and you can see his liberal bias comes through, and he has a controlled narrative when he puts this out. Identity, culture, and historical grievances drive many independence movements around the world. Quebec's sovereignty movement, for instance, centers on language, cultural differences with the rest of Canada, and that's important. We'll get into that later. But Alberta's separatist impulse is different. It's almost entirely about money. See, right away, that's not true. Alberta also has their own culture that they would like to protect. And guess what? Alberta has way more in common with Montana and the U.S. than it does with Quebec. And Quebec is basically a drain on Alberta, hates Alberta. Montana's like, hey, we're your friendly neighbor. We'd love to have you on board. And Quebec's like, they hate you. And then he says, when the argument for separation leans so heavily on economics, as it does often in Alberta, it's worth examining the claims more closely. And I do think that it's just easier for them to lead with economics, because if they go with, like, yeah, we'd like way less immigration, and we want to protect Alberta's sovereignty because of that, then people will call them all the names and bring out all of the nonsense arguments, which undermines the movement. And he calls it a fiscal fantasy. He's like, let's start with taxes. Scrapping income and sales taxes would cut nearly $80 billion from government revenues. That's the combined current federal and provincial take from these sources. The amount represents over half of what the Prosperity Project assumes the new country would collect in new total revenue. And I brought up some of their statement here because, yeah, they talk about, the revenues and eliminating the GST. The GST is a federal tax, so that goes specifically just to the federal government to be set on fire for asylum claims. One thing that I think would make more sense, especially with Alberta looking for either sovereignty or becoming the 51st state, joining the U.S., and we can clearly see, and any Americans watching, there was a concerted effort by the Premier, a.k.a. the Governor of Alberta, who was flying down constantly to try and meet with Trump and his team to be like, how do we get deals going? And one of the things that they want to do when it comes to the currency is they said they want to use a temporary use of the U.S. dollar during transition, have swap lines with U.S. banks for liquidity and resilience. I don't think it would make sense to make a new Alberta dollar. It would just make way more sense to change to USD. If you're going to fight for sovereignty and some way more economic connection with the U.S., which we're clearly going to see, deal in USD, because you're going to be a resource and commodity economy anyways, which is all traded in USD as it stands. But one of the other things that I found was really funny, and again, just kind of showing from a liberal bias standpoint, he tries to bring up the gap with defense spending. So he says, defense spending reveals another fantasy. Okay. While the report estimates Alberta national defense would cost a modest $3 to $5 billion, meeting NATO's 2% GDP target would require $10 billion initially, rising to $25 billion under the alliance's new 5% target. Well, I haven't noticed you calling out Canada for never hitting the 2%, Canada not hitting the 5%, but the new sovereign nation of Alberta, whether they become their own country, I don't think that automatically means they would be part of NATO, so would they even be required to pay into that? And the other option is, if they were to join the U.S. as a state or some sort of territory, whatever the connection is between the U.S. and Western Canada, I don't think they'd have to worry about much of the defense spending as well. If this guy was not disingenuous with his arguments, he would know most of the countries who file expenses under their NATO defense spending all use random domestic infrastructure projects. They all use border security. They use all sorts of things. They say it's for defense, which Alberta could do just the same thing. But of course, he uses, oh, here's worst case scenario for what your defense spending is going to be, what you're going to be required to do. And then he even uses worst case scenario on, oh, we think the economic reality is if that happens, people are going to leave Alberta, and then we think 8% of the population, about 400,000 people, will leave seeking opportunities elsewhere. Based on what? Based on Alberta now doing better? Because he's saying, well, they're going to leave. Well, if Alberta's doing better, and now it's connected to America, or it's its own sovereign nation, or whatever it is, so now people are going to want to leave? As of right now, everybody's flooding to Alberta because of what Alberta offers, one of the few growing provinces in all of Canada. But if they become sovereign and start to offer more opportunity, get more major projects, all of these things, they're going to leave. The rest of Canada would also suffer if Alberta left, but far less. Oh yeah? You think Quebec, who gets tens of billions of dollars in equalization payments per year, is going to suffer less if Alberta leaves? Tens of billions of dollars? Okay, sure. And it's just funny, but the fiscal and economic claims at the heart of such proposals are simply false. Well, you're going by your scenario that you've run. They're going by their scenario that they've run. And a separate Alberta would be a poorer Alberta. You're using projections. They are using projections. So yes, you can say your opinion is this. And it's funny, when he uses his projections, and again, all of the liberal economists seem to miss out on these very basic things like taxes and basic expenditures on the average Canadian family from 1961 to 2024. Well, the top line there, which is absolutely skyrocketing, is what Canadians are paying in taxes on average. The Canadians out there feel like the amount of taxes increasing has been a net benefit to Canadian lifestyle because cost of living's sure not getting better. And it's funny because what's one of the main things people complain about right now? Shelter. What's one of the other things? Food. Not so much clothing, so I'm not going to talk about that. But look how much higher the taxes expenses than shelter when we have a living crisis in Canada, but there's taxes. Hey, Trevor Tomb, why don't you address that? Why don't you address Canadians getting taxed to absolute death and how Alberta would be able to keep more of that money? Because the ironic thing is Alberta pays money to Ottawa to process the taxes and all of these other things when they could be creating their own public sector jobs, which Ottawa loves to create, inside of Alberta, keeping the money inside the province, or again, joining the U.S. and becoming the 51st state. And then you see comments like this and you realize how possible it is to deal with some of these problems when it comes to becoming either, again, 51st state or sovereign.
For the RCMP expected this year is $4.8 billion divided by every Canadian taxpayer, which comes out to about $121 for this year per person. The expenses for the OPP in 2019 was $2.8 billion, and for the population of Ontario in 2019, it amounted to $195 per person, and that was only in Ontario. Paid 62% more than the RCMP, and we have a manpower issue as well with just getting recruits. Like that one person said with the RCMP, they have a manpower issue on how we're going to resolve that, and as well as just buying new facilities, as well as support staff.
Got it.
Yeah, just
Got it.
everything.
So let's look at the finances, right? It's a great question, fair point. Anybody?
Well, first of all, Alberta owns all of the assets associated with the RCMP. So if there was a replacement, we would get all of those assets. Secondly, Grande Prairie just went through this exercise. And what they discovered is that they could either save $8 million by having their own municipal police force, or they could double their force. And so that's what they've chosen to do. So instead of having 55 officers, they're going to have 110 officers for the same budget. And when they did a call for resumes, they had 200 people who applied.
So it's so funny, again, because every single thing that they go, oh, well, how are you going to deal with this? Danielle Smith and the Albertans are like, oh, well, we could do X, Y, Z. And they're like, ah. Meanwhile, we've got Danielle Smith out here trying to get
major pipelines going, which are being sabotaged internally. Let's get into her statements here. Did you like the video yet? We're trying to get these videos in front of more people, trying to grow the channel. If you like what we talked about here, feel free to subscribe. Love to have you on board. Let's get back to it.
Alberta's Premier, Danielle Smith, says she is still hoping to resurrect the Northern Gateway Pipeline project in BC. Plans for the pipeline from Bruderheim to Kitimat, BC were rejected by then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Smith says she and BC Premier David Eby have a lot in common when it comes to energy projects and says there's potential to take a new look at the plans.
May not be the same route. It certainly needs to have a lot more consultation.
Maybe the route is going through the U.S., which I want to touch on that shortly, Americans.
The first time that it went through, it had 35 Indigenous partners who were equity owners in that, and that has to be the starting point for any new project. There has to be meaningful engagement and meaningful economic involvement of nations.
BC's. Does there have to be, Danielle?
The Premier says he agrees with Smith that there is a lot to do as far as work on a project that would create economic opportunities for both provinces. Though he says the pipeline would need private sector support before BC's government would turn its attention to it.
And that's why I do think it would make so much more economic sense to try and get a pipeline going with the U.S. before it would trying to get things working in Canada domestically. And that's the embarrassing thing. But when you look at some of these price targets for how much they could be generating in income, like this project she's talking about right now is not small numbers. It's
I noticed that Robert O'Burr's friend, right, random dude, but Big Boy yesterday started talking about, Jared from Subway, and I noticed he's been talking more because he lost a lot of weight, right? So, I get it, right? I'm gonna lose a lot of weight. I'm gonna post on Facebook, you know what I mean? Once I lose a lot of weight, I'm like, hey guys, what's up? It's the same concept. You want people to see you now that you lost a lot of weight and stuff, or that you've changed. When you go through a change, you want people to say, hey, look, I changed, right? So I get it. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're doing. But, it is what it is, man. Make sure to follow me on every platform, 0333, man. Peace out. I noticed that Robert O'Burr's
I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, and I want to visualize for you what it would look like if a nuclear weapon landed on the nation's capital. So, for our scenario, there is a nuclear weapon headed towards the city right now. A large nuclear weapon flying, headed towards Washington, D.C. The actual bomb is actually in here. This cone that's about 2 meters tall, 6 feet, it's falling back into the atmosphere. Here it comes. And then, for a moment, right here is the hottest thing in our solar system, hotter than the sun. 100 million degrees Celsius as it expands out. Everything around it turns into dust. I mean, smaller than dust. Atoms are ripped apart. This fireball instantly vaporizes everything within a half-a-mile radius. And here comes the blast wave. A wall of high-pressure air that is moving faster than the speed of sound. It creates wind behind it that is faster than anything ever observed in nature. Everything within 2.5 miles is leveled. And then there's the heat wave, which burns everything within 5 miles. Nearly everyone in this city is either dead or severely injured. Everything that can be on fire is now on fire as this huge mushroom cloud rises into the air, dragging with it a storm of dust, dirt, and debris. But this isn't normal dust anymore. The bomb has done something to it, to its atoms, making them fall apart in slow motion, shooting out invisible, deadly energy. This poison dust drifts all across this region. It clings to soil and plants and people hundreds of miles away. These poisoned atoms will keep firing off radiation for years, for decades, centuries, even thousands of years. This is a disaster that humans made. And that was just for one of these cones. A rocket fired from an American submarine can carry 8 of these cones at once. If all of those hit one target, it would be a much worse situation. A lot of global politics centers around this, making sure that this does not happen. But everything I just showed you is very possible. We have the capabilities to do this right now. And in fact, a lot of countries have their finger on the trigger, able to launch one of these at a moment's notice. And I've spent a very long time trying to understand why. Why have we done this? And why these nuclear weapons, which were famous during the Cold War, are back. They're back in a new way. They're once again becoming the center of global politics. We are entering one of the most dangerous periods in nuclear history. We're on the cusp of this third age. That nuclear is back. That's Sam from Search Party. He also made a video about nuclear weapons, but it's different than mine. It went live yesterday. In this video, I'm going to show you how these things work, what countries have them, and how they're used on the global stage. And then Sam's video will take you into this specific moment in time and what to look out for going forward. Help you understand why nuclear weapons are back on the world stage. We're headed into a world that is more and more informed by nuclear weapons and nuclear politics. So it's time we start paying attention. Let me show you. Everyone's telling me that they don't like that my screen shakes. Listen, I can't help it. This thing's big, it's unruly. Sorry. Okay, so what is this thing? Well, it's a bomb, obviously. A very destructive bomb. And it's one that messes with the very building blocks of everything, the atom.
Atoms are the tiny building blocks, which make up everything in the world.
So an atom, of course, is the smallest unit of matter, right? And it's made up of several subatomic particles, electrons, protons, neutrons. I talked to Destin from the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day. He's a real scientist, engineer. He's making a bunch of videos on nuclear energy. And I talked to him because I wanted to make sure I was grounded in my understanding of the physics of a nuclear bomb. Everything is atoms. Everything that you can touch, the air, everything is atoms. Different kinds of atoms. And these atoms have a little secret hiding in them. Every single atom can be turned into energy. Like actually matter, like atoms and energy are the same thing, they're just in different states. When I was growing up, Dad used to always say matter is frozen energy. Like this could be turned into energy, and actually a lot of energy that could like fuel a car or like power my house or like fly me to the moon. And it doesn't take that much mass to create a lot of energy. Let me show you this really quick. This little piece of metal, it's probably a little more than a gram, not very heavy, not a lot of mass, right? If we zoom way into this little clip, you're going to see a bunch of atoms. Now, there are some powerful forces working on this atom, keeping the nucleus really tightly glued together, keeping the atoms separate from each other so they don't like blob into one another. And thank God for this, because otherwise nothing would be solid. You would sit in a chair and just start to fall through. There's a lot of forces happening down with the atoms, keeping everything stable, everything solid. We like these forces. They make it so that my little paperclip thingy doesn't explode and everything doesn't sort of spontaneously come apart. Stable, good. Those forces, those subatomic forces are very, very strong. Now you can break these forces holding atoms together. If you rock their world hard enough, they will kind of rearrange. They will break, and then they'll quickly like reorganize to try to form some sort of stable atom. But in the process, a little bit of matter is left with nowhere to go. It can't bond to anything. And so it spontaneously turns into energy. Every single thing around you, everything, could be turned into energy. An enormous amount of energy. How much energy? I'm glad you asked, because this is the moment that I've been waiting for since I was a child, where in my real adult career, I'm going to be able to invoke the famous equation of our very own Albert Einstein. Yep, I'm doing this. I'm doing the chalkboard thing. For those of you who already know about E equals MC squared and exactly what it means, skip 45 seconds ahead, because I'm about to explain it in a way that I've always wanted someone to explain it to me, and I'm going to do that for you. So, what did Einstein say about how much energy is contained in my little paperclippy thing? The E is energy. The M is mass. How much mass are we turning into energy? And the C is the speed of light in meters per second. The mass of my paperclip is 1 gram. Because this is in kilograms, it's going to be 0.001. I just need to times this by speed of light squared is about 299 million meters per second, but we have to times it by itself, which comes out to be 89 quadrillion 875 trillion 570 billion 873 million 681,764. Whoa. So my paperclip mass times this. Einstein says we have to multiply that big number by the mass of this paperclip to find out how much energy is inside of it. And if you do that math with my 1 gram, you get 89 trillion joules. That's enough energy to power 100,000 homes for 2 weeks. Or 1 home for 2,000 years. Just inside of this. Because of that. Okay, giant caveat for everyone watching, and those who study physics will be clamoring for this. You can't actually do that with an iron paperclip. The amount of energy you would need to turn this into energy would sort of be more than the energy you get out of it. To actually do this, to release the energy from matter, you need different kinds of atoms, big unstable ones like the ones we see in uranium. My point here is not that this is ever going to break and turn into energy, but that when you mess with atoms, the bonds within atoms, and you release a little bit of matter into energy, you don't need very much to create a huge amount. That's what we're about to see in real life.
So fission is a big atom splitting. Fusion, little atoms coming together.
I had a fun time watching Destin show me how fission works in his studio with his very cute looking neutrons and mousetraps. He made a whole video about it that you can check out. Now, for most of time, the only place that this sort of turning matter into energy was happening was not here on Earth, but in the center of stars.
And this is the kind of stuff that happens in the core of the sun, for example.
Where immense heat and pressure is smashing atoms together so hard that they fuse. They rearrange a little bit of matter that isn't fused turns into energy, and you get the literal sun. That's called fusion. But then, in the 1900s, the humans on Earth decided they wanted to start to do something like this themselves. As I talked about, nuclear politics is ramping up in a new way. Iran is the best example of where this is clearly happening, where there's just a lot of secrecy and vague information as a negotiating tactic, and it's a really normal thing to feel like you're just left with a bunch of headlines and leaks and half answers, but no real clear picture, which is exactly why I am a giant fan and big user of Ground News, who is the sponsor of today's video. Ground News is this amazing tool that allows you to see the coverage of a topic from so many different angles, all in one view. And you're not just seeing a bunch of headlines, you are getting a deep understanding of what bias that headline might have, what agenda they might have, who might be funding them, how credible or factual they are. Ground News is a long-time partner of the channel. I'm a big fan of what they do. We align very much in our mission to make information more transparent, more clear for people. It's an app and a website that helps me go beyond the echo chamber of social media and see a story from a much deeper perspective. I mean, let's just go back to the Iran example. You can see here on Ground News, in one view, a bunch of different headlines, pull these two out. You can immediately see that this is funded by the government of Qatar. It's high factuality, but it leans left. And their headline emphasizes a framing of Iran rejecting this IAEA report and downplaying the threat and casting doubt on the international narrative. Whereas this Israeli outlet has a more mixed record. It leans right, and it cuts right to the chase and says clearly and slightly misleadingly that Iran has enriched uranium for 10 nuclear bombs and is continuing production. Same story, two totally different angles. Ground News is the only platform I know of where you can see all of these headlines side by side with all of this information and quickly get a grasp of what is going on. It also helps you be less echo chamberish with its blind spot feature, showing you stories that you may not be likely to click on or that you are either avoiding consciously or unconsciously. Ground News helps me feel informed in a very short time and sort of ahead of the narrative. And it's not just me. Ground News was recently recognized by the literal Nobel Peace Center for its impact on media literacy. It's completely subscriber funded, and for those who are interested, they are giving a big discount to anyone who goes to ground.news/Johnny Harris. You can scan this QR code as well, and you will get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is all of these features I talked about today. I think it ends up being like $5 a month all in, so small price to pay for being informed. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video, for being a longtime partner, for doing what you do, and with that, let's keep talking about nukes. It's the 1930s in Germany, and some scientists were tinkering with atoms, and they found a way to break some atoms apart and get in on this insanity of E=mc².
Pretty crazy how safe nuclear power is. But nuclear weapons are scary, aren't they?
Yeah.
When uranium-235 exists in nature, it's not real happy. It's kind of unstable. If a U-235 atom ever gets hit by a neutron, which I happen to have a neutron here. If U-235 ever gets hit by a neutron, then it gets really unstable. And then it breaks apart. That right there breaks into two other atoms. I threw my neutron across the room. That's dangerous when you got U-235 around. I think of U-235 like a mousetrap. So if you think about it, you've got this atom chilling out, and it's got all these neutrons right there, ready to go. If it ever gets triggered, then it will fire, and it will throw off these other neutrons, and they go off. And so if you have a clever arrangement of more U-235 atoms around that, then you can start what's called a chain reaction.
Those neutrons bombard other uranium atoms, causing them to split and split still others. The result? A chain reaction.
They were doing fission, the breaking of big unstable atoms apart. And this wasn't as powerful as the fusion, the combining of atoms that's happening in the center of the sun, but it was still unlike anything the world had ever seen.
Under Hitler, the country was becoming the dominant power in Central Europe.
Germany was kind of getting ready to take over the entire world, and so they thought, what if we weaponize this new nuclear breaking thing we invented? And Einstein, the E=mc² guy, was alive at this time and watching his equations be turned into weapons. And Einstein writes this letter to the American president, urging the U.S. to make the bomb before Germany does. And this is where we get into Oppenheimer, the Manhattan Project, brilliant physicists building atomic bombs in the desert, racing against time during World War II. The U.S., of course, wins this race for the nuclear weapon. They drop two of these fission bombs on Japan in 1945. The war is over, and the world has changed forever. Nothing would ever be the same. It was the beginning of a new way of global conflict. A few years later, the Soviets made one of their own, and thus begins a new race. Who can make the bigger bomb? And this is where the U.S. is like, let's not just do the thing where we break atoms apart, let's do what the sun is doing. Fuse the atoms together. That's way more powerful. And they figure it out just a few years later, and the results are insane.
Drones are capable of megatons of power. 1,000 times more powerful. Because apparently, leveling a city was not powerful enough.
Let me show you what today's nukes look like and how they work. This is a modern nuclear weapon.
So Donald Trump just got fact-checked live by Federal Chair Jerome Powell. You gotta watch it and let's just jump right in.
We're alive.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm
And
not aware of that.
yeah, it just came out.
I haven't heard that from anybody from the Fed.
So Trump was basically spouting up all these nonsense numbers, and Powell's like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" He's shaking his head the whole time. This was the headline: Donald Trump and Jay Powell spar as U.S. President visits Federal Reserve. I want to watch the whole sequence of this thing, and let's just jump right in and break it down.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're with the chairman, as you know. Come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. You know, it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them. A lot of very.
And you can see what's going on is Powell is like trying to stand away from Trump, and Trump's trying to like, come here, and I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at Powell's face here. He feels like a hostage here. That's what it looks like to me. What's going on, if you don't understand, is Trump's got these awful policies, be it tariffs, be it deficit spending, their stupid, beautiful bill, right thing. And they're looking for someone to blame. So they're constantly trying to blame Powell to take heat off of Trump. And then you got a bunch of Epstein stuff they're trying to distract as well.
Expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time. He's in charge of the committee.
Indeed, part of the reason why I wanted to see it, the overruns and the expensive one to figure out why.
So that's Tim Scott. He's a big crypto guy. Him and another senator, I think it's from Montana, are big crypto people. And they're always attacking the Fed. They want, I guess, everything to be Bitcoin and crypto. This is also what's going on today, the same day that they're touring the Fed building. Jeffrey Epstein's birthday album included letters from Bill Clinton and Leon Black. And basically, this is from the Wall Street Journal. It appears that they have a lot more to disclose regarding this birthday album thing. The first disclosure was, hey, Trump wrote a birthday letter to Epstein. Trump then sued, said it's all fake. There's way more details being released on this thing, so if you want to read that stuff, you totally can. Point being, though, is that Trump often lies, and now is getting fact-checked by the Wall Street Journal with proof, and also you're going to see Fed Chair Jerome Powell do the same. The DOJ is also, I guess, meeting with Maxwell today. That's Ghislaine Maxwell. I think it's in Florida, I believe. And there is no word exactly what the particulars are. I'm sure that stuff will come out later. We're going to find out. We're going to find out, I'm sure. She's probably trying to go for a pardon, but you never know in these situations. And we'll see if she testifies in front of Congress. Regarding the Jerome Powell situation, let's watch some more of this.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. Went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
I haven't heard that from anybody from the Fed.
It just came out.
Our notes got it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us.
Yes. I don't know who does that.
Are you including the Martin renovation? You just added
our entire company.
You just added in a third building. Is what that is. It's a third building.
Well, no, it's the building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
So it's part of the overall thing. So,
so you can see Powell just called him out right there. He's like, "What are you talking about? Give me that document. Let me look at it." He just called him live. And this is what you need to see more of, right? You need to see more people call out Trump on his lies. I think it's something that not enough people do. We need more reporters to do it, more politicians. A lot of times people just stay quiet, but not Powell. And part of also what's going on is they're trying to create this fake controversy over the renovation of the Fed building and trying to go after him. Oh, you're waste, fraud, abuse, that kind of stuff. And they were claiming that Fed Chair Powell was building Versailles over there. No, seriously, that's what they were claiming.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening. And it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional plus overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them. We have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger.
Yeah, and I feel like just, I mean, Chair Powell, he can't fight with Trump in public, right? You guys know this. He's, need to maintain a particular decorum. But I'm pretty sure he wants to get out of there as fast as possible. That would be my bet.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you? The country's doing really well. I just briefed the chairman on the deal we made with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their
space,
tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff. And they also opened their country to free trade, which nobody thought was even a possibility. And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15% on everything they send into our country. So it's great. But they put up, as you could call it, seed money. Let's call it seed money. You can call it anything you want, but it's It's a total of $550 billion.
So there's a couple things going on here. One is it must be very frustrating to be Jerome Powell. You can see me like kind of looking around. I mean, it must be tough, right? Trump is actually talking about Japan giving money as seed money. Like, what is going on here? We've been talking about this before on several other videos regarding this $550 billion to keep bragging about. I don't think Japan's giving any money at the moment. I have not heard anything about that. I don't even think they have the money to give. They're talking about loans also, but then Trump makes all these other claims. And this is why it's important for people to fact check this stuff, right?
So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise. And we have some others. They're all really big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon. I'd love to see them come down a lot. But we have a country that's thriving. We had a dead country 1 year ago. Today we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we'll get this one finished. Thank you.
And I'd be curious what they said to each other in private, or maybe Powell just leaves the room right away. I don't know. We probably won't know that kind of stuff. Maybe we report later if there is indeed some sort of private conversation. They're going to complain about mortgage rates, this kind of stuff. It's not just the Fed. You have to look at that the market is expecting Trump to have to issue a bunch of bonds, basically debt, right? U.S. debt to fund the government, because we're looking at too much deficit spending, and that's going to deeply affect the bond market. So you're also looking at inflation, which is Trump and the tariffs. So again, much of Trump's policy is tied to mortgage rates. They're going to blame the Fed, but it's not entirely the full story. I mean, the Trump situation, the numbers don't add up, which we talk about all the time on the channel. And from, like I said, talking about Powell's point of view, he's really not supposed to say a lot of things, because anything that he can say publicly will affect the market. So you got to be careful on that. Whereas Trump's trying to manipulate the markets, I feel like, all the time.
Well, it depends. What Japan did is they brought down their tariffs. They gave us $550 billion because they didn't want to pay 20. They were 28%, and they gave us $550 billion up front. 100%, 500. We get 90, they get 10. 90%, they get 10.
And that's just a total lie. And so I'm just being blunt with you. That is just a total lie. That's saying that Japan just gave $500 billion up front, 100%. Like you can hear him say, like, it's a total lie.
And there's no payment. It's not a loan or anything. It's a signing bonus, I call it. But they gave us $550 billion and took down the tariffs a little bit, and then they agreed to open their economy to everybody. This was not easy. This took, a lot of people walked out of rooms and things. Sometimes they walked out of rooms, went back to Japan. I said, where are they? They went back to Japan. And
then you have this data to give you an idea how ridiculously large the number that we're talking about. U.S. trade agreement with Japan includes $550 billion in unanswered questions. And this says here $754 billion over, what is this, like from 1997 to 2024 that Japan has invested as a cumulative number. So this idea that Japan would, invest way more than they would in a single year is insane. For example, here it says in 2024, Japan foreign direct investment increased by $54 billion. Okay, that was in 2024, so that was a surge of 7.7%. But the idea that Japan would suddenly increase their investment in USA by 10 times seems kind of crazy. The numbers just don't add up. So that's what's going on. I don't think Japan's giving that much money. Again, I hear it's a cap, meaning that's the most they'd ever invest, and we don't have necessarily a timeline or any specifics on the stuff. Basically, Trump is lying. And as you saw, Federal Chair Jerome Powell called him out.
We're alive. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
I haven't heard that from anybody.
So I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this one. I do appreciate your time, and I'll catch you all in the next video.
Over the past couple of decades, we've seen many superhero franchises come to an unfortunate demise on the big screen. From the DCEU to the Sony Spider-Man universe to Fox's X-Men universe, it seems like no one has been able to weather the storm like Disney's MCU. However, possibly the funniest and quickest death of a superhero franchise is found in 2015's Fantastic Four, also known as Fan Four Stick. Unlike these other universes where they were cancelled after several installments, Fox's Fantastic Four reboot died before it even got a chance to get off the ground. It was a movie that was marred with issues all throughout production, was hit with abysmal reviews, and lost millions upon millions of dollars. So today, I want to revisit this fantastic failure to explore all the problems that went into production.
while still using the card for new expenses, things like groceries, gas, or bills. Now let's say that interest is 20%. That means by the end of the year, if you haven't made a serious dent in your balance, you don't just owe the original $1,000, you now owe $1,200. And next year, you're paying interest not just on that $1,000, but on the interest that got added last year. So the debt grows on top of itself, like a snowball rolling down a hill, getting bigger and heavier every time. That's compounding interest. You're not just paying interest on what you borrowed, but also the interest you didn't pay off. And if you keep doing this year after year, spending more than you bring in, that debt doesn't just grow, it explodes. Now imagine that scale of a government putting multi-trillion-dollar deficits every single year. You start to see why this is a system that becomes borrowed time and borrowed money. So how did we get into this mess? It really started in 1971 when the U.S. officially locked the gold standard. Here's what that means. Before 1971, every dollar in circulation was backed by a fixed amount of physical gold. In practical terms, that meant you could actually take a $20 bill into a bank and exchange it for a $20 gold coin, or the gold equivalent of that amount. The paper money was just a receipt for the real gold sitting in a vault somewhere. Because of that, the government couldn't just create money out of thin air. There had to be enough gold to back it. That placed a natural limit on how much currency could exist, and it forced the government to spend responsibly to live within its means. But once we left that system, the dollar became a fiat currency, meaning it's backed by nothing but trust. And without gold holding it accountable, the government started spending more and more than it earned, year after year, decade after decade, which led us to this massive debt crisis we're seeing today. Let's put some numbers on it. It took 38 years to rack up our first $9 trillion in debt. Then in the next 17 years, we added another $27 trillion. Today, we're sitting at over $37 trillion, and that number is growing. This isn't just bad accounting, it's a financial system that's been stretched beyond its limits. And we're feeling that pressure now. And remember, the more we borrow, the more we owe in interest, which leads us to the next big issue. For years, interest rates were kept near zero. That made it cheap to borrow for the government, for businesses, for you and me. But now, interest rates are rising. That means the cost of maintaining all this debt is exploding. The U.S. is now paying over $1 trillion in interest alone in a year. And that's just the interest. We're not even paying off the principal. We're barely treading water. So what does that mean? Less money for healthcare, education, infrastructure, and more money just going to the people and institutions the government owes money to, like banks, investors, and foreign governments. It's like paying the minimum on a giant credit card bill forever, except now the interest rate keeps going up. Now let's connect the dots to what this really means for you and me. If you're saving in dollars, inflation is quietly stealing your buying power. If you're trying to buy a house or pay off student loans, rising interest rates are making that harder and more expensive than ever. If you're planning for retirement, the systems you're depending on, like 401ks, Social Security, and pensions, are under serious pressure. Rising debt, inflation, and mismanagement are making it harder for those systems to deliver what they promised you when you need it most. If you're investing in traditional markets like stocks, bonds, or mutual funds, you're depending on a financial system that's being shaken by debt, inflation, and rising global distrust. Major players around the world are backing away from the U.S. assets, and cracks in the foundation are starting to show. And here's the scary part. When this system breaks, it won't unravel slowly. As Lynette puts it, the The whole thing is like a house of cards, and when it collapses, it's going to collapse fast, in the blink of an eye. One shift in the wrong direction, and the whole thing can come down. And that's exactly where we are. But here's the good news. You're not powerless. That's where sound money strategies come in. A plan that uses physical gold and silver to help protect your wealth from inflation, instability, and systemic risk. Because unlike paper assets, gold and silver are real, tangible, and time-tested. They've held their value for thousands of years, even when everything else crashes. So if you want to protect your purchasing power, build a stable foundation, and preserve your wealth long-term, this is how you do it. So if you're ready to take the next step, click that link in the description or scan the QR code on your screen to schedule a free consultation with one of our strategy specialists here at Zhang Enterprises. They'll walk you through a personalized plan based on your goals, your stage of life, and your financial concerns. No pressure, just clarity. Because the time to act is before the system breaks, not after. And until next time, stay safe and stay smart.
I will drop you on the ground and tase you if you do not quit resisting me.
Once they indicate to me that the survivors want to talk to law enforcement.
Now, unfortunately, we're past that point now. I have personal experience in CTK. They usually try and convince the victims not to talk to us. And I don't. We're not going to play that game today.
You know we don't do that, right? Like, ever.
No, I do know you do. Some of your people do that.
We are the legal authority, no matter what Burning Man thinks.
Deputies are dispatched when two women report that they've been violated in non-consensual encounters at Burning Man. But what begins as a straightforward attempt to talk to them escalates into a tense power struggle when police run up against significant pushback from festival volunteers.
I understood that was detained, not arrested.
We'll see.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Police know that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On August 31st, 2022, Pershing County Sheriff's deputies at the annual Burning Man Festival in Nevada received word about two disturbing reports that require immediate investigation. But they quickly run into resistance from the yellow-clad volunteers of the Emergency Services Department, an official agency of Burning Man that responds when there are reports of trouble.
Hi, I'm the ESD Deputy Chief. How you doing?
Hey, I'm Donna Robinson. I'm the investigator.
So, yeah, there's a little confusion with dispatch. So I have two STAT teams on scene, the sexual assault teams, that are now talking to both the victims, the survivors, And as once they indicate to me that the survivors want to talk to law enforcement.
Well, unfortunately, we're past that point now. Okay, look, I don't go in alone. That's why I'm dressed down. Okay, and if they want to tell me they don't want to talk to me, I need that on my camera, and then we're done. But I can't have anybody interfering. Once we're advised of it, we are obligated to at least talk to the victims.
Okay.
I'll tell you from my standpoint, didn't come from Rangers. Though sometimes mistaken for police, the Black Rock Rangers are volunteers who, according to Burning Man's website, help participants and staff work through problems.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hello, 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 hello. Can y'all hear me? I don't know if I'm on the right headset or the right microphone for my, yeah. I think I'm on it. Let's see, I'd open this up on my phone. Actually, I can just, let's see. Oh yeah, it sounds good. It sounds good. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Get to it. No! Every time. Yep, I knew it was going to close. So every time I turn my laptop on, it turns the antivirus back on. And the only way to play this game is to not have the antivirus on. What the fuck? Wait, wait, wait. Before I get the game started, I want to try to get the testing, testing. It's still closed. Did it just turn itself on again? No, it's supposed to be off. Okay, why is it turning itself on? Let's see. Before I get that working, let me get something else working. What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Actually, I think it's somewhere down here. Forget. Oh yeah, right there. Look, it never shows up anymore. That's weird. Wait. Let me see something. No, that didn't change anything. Never mind. It doesn't even show up on the main thing here. That is so weird. Oh yeah, they wanted me to update Streamlabs. They wanted me to update it probably because, yeah, the viewer count thing's broken. Okay, whatever. I don't really feel like doing that. Should I do that? Okay, I should be live again. Hopefully this fixes. I didn't even fix it. I updated it for no reason. It didn't even fucking fix it. What a joke. Huh. What a fucking joke. Whatever. Let me at least test something. Does the live chat at least work? Oh yeah. The live chat at least works. Whatever. We'll go with just that. I don't know what's been up with the viewer count. The viewer count has not been working recently. Weird. It's not like I need it, but it's kind of cool to have. They updated Streamlabs OBS for no reason. So in this stream, I don't even know if I really want to do many of the main story missions. What the fuck? The game's kind of laggy. This might fuck up my game, but I need to do something. This might fuck up my game though. Might have to restart. Yeah, get rid of that. I know I got a bunch of stuff running in the background. That's why it's laggy. Oh yeah, see, player 2 is running in the background. What's taking up the most memory? Windows audio device, that kind of Microsoft Edge. Proton Drive. I forgot I have that Proton VPN. I need to delete it. See, Microsoft Edge just keeps opening itself. I don't know why. Fuck Microsoft Edge. Shit, man. Let me check something else here, real quick. Let's see if I'm on turbo mode. Because that could be a factor too. Skip once. Cancel. Oh, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? That's why. Why is my laptop on battery? That is why. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that kind of makes sense why it was lagging now. The laptop is not as fast and it's on the battery. Okay, should be good. I had it plugged in, it just wasn't pushed in all the way. And it's still kind of laggy, it might. The audio is the most laggy part. Okay, I think it's picking up. So, yeah, I don't really want to do any story missions right now. I don't know, I kind of got to get through the game, so maybe I should do some. I just want to do a couple side missions to start. I'm not a big fan of cutscenes in any video games. Stop speeding APC. What is an APC? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What the fuck? I don't know what was up with that lag there. I thought the game was going to crash. Fuck. How can I gain more speed? Oh shit. Damn. They got like a rocket, some type of cannon. What? There we go. Yeah, right. You cannot rip tires off a SUV that easily, especially not a military SUV. They really did not care about the realism in this game at all. Like, I know it's a superhero game, but It kind of takes out the immersion when some unrealistic shit like that happens. You know, good superhero movies and video games are somewhat grounded in reality. They're not just completely like bullshit like this game. What now? Oh yeah? Switch Spider-Man? Oh yeah, they want me to switch to Miles. I'm not doing that. Alright, I need to switch Spider-Man. I can't switch right now for some reason. Or maybe I gotta get closer to the main quest line. I don't know. This guy's all glitched out. Oh shit! No, these flamethrower guys are crazy. They're really tough. Nice. Okay, let's try to switch here. There we go. Investigate the area. This thing? Oh, this. Oh no. Destroy the corrupted atoms? How? What? Wait, what? How does this work? Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. So you destroy one, destroys the two that are connected, or the ones that are connected. Interesting. Oh no. What the fuck? Okay, well that's kind of easy. What the fuck? Alright, obviously this one, right? Oh no. Yeah, that destroys that one. Um, what the fuck? Well, I can destroy this. That's easy. Wait, what? There's no way to do this. Wait. This one doesn't make any sense, because how am I going to destroy these two without destroying the atom? Wait, I only need to destroy the red ones, right? I don't think I need to destroy the like orange ones. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought I had to destroy anything that wasn't green, but I was wrong. Tungsten. What else? I see that, but it's empty, right? What about up here? What? Wait, it's blocked? Oh, it's blocked by this billboard thing. Hold up, I need to get rid of that one, and then get that one. Oh, right here. Turn this on to that. Oh. What the fuck? Bunch of sniper rifles. Wait, why? Why the fuck did it just go through him? Are you kidding me? No, 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 no. Get over there. Come on. Ooh, fuck. Wait, what? When you kick someone off a building, they just get automatically webbed to the next building? Wow. Oh shit. Kick him off the building. There we go. There we go. Oh, I'm feeling tired. Oh, that's the splash attack one. that like a Doctor Strange portal? It's like a Doctor Strange portal. Oh shit! We can go through that? Wait, why is she doing portals that are so close together? What the hell? She could go like across the city. Oh, fuck. Come on, get in there. Oh, I almost hit that light post. What the fuck? Why did it do that? Oh, she went pretty far this time. Whoa. Yeah, we're pretty far away now. She should have cut that off right when Spider-Man was halfway through it. I'm pretty sure those things cut people in half if they close. Oh, we're working together now, huh? Interesting. She portaled right on the guy, on the other guy. Huh. We gotta web up the turret. Come on. Ah, shit! It can still shoot while it's webbed up. Oh. Ah, shit! No, 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 those things! I fucking hate those things. This is actually a pretty cool mission. I like this one. Most of them have been pretty boring this game. But this one's pretty good. Oh yeah. Oh fuck! Get him! Get him! Oh fuck! Holy shit! There's a lot of them now. Guys, see the turret? Get it! Oh fuck! I'm so fucked. Come on, come on. Oh no! There's still one more turret. Yeah, no way. I can heal. I got enough now to heal. Wait, it went away? No way. It disappeared because I used that ability. I can't heal now. Fuck. Sometimes when you take a hit, you don't even take damage, though. It's good for me, but it's weird. Alright. That destroyed my suit. Cool. Wow. So many skill trees in this game. Can't even count them all. Oh, that one's actually kind of cool. You gotta find it. What? Never mind. That's not very cool. Just give me the suits. They're cosmetic. They don't even help you with the game. I guess I'll keep wearing the suit I'm already wearing. That one's kind of weird. Biomechanical suit. I'll try that one out for a second. Oh, there's a memory up there. Hold up. We gotta go up here. Oh shit! There's a lot of them. Sure. Oh no! Damn. Oh! Damn, I hate those things. I need to take that out. Hold up. Fuck! I fucking hate that thing. Got it. Oh no, I gotta send the rocket back at it to blow it up. Oh, I couldn't. Where did it go? Did it just blow itself up? What the fuck? I think it just blew itself up. I'm pretty sure it just blew itself up. Weird. What is that? What did I just absorb? I just absorbed something. Yeah, let's get in here. Oh, we gotta do it. This is gonna be one of those boring missions, isn't it? Yeah, most of them are pretty boring in this game. Yeah, I can already tell it's boring. Don't care. No way, dude. What is it? Yeah, we gotta place miles. I think I'm gonna make something else to eat. I had that steak earlier, but I'm kind of hungry again. Give me one sec. Oh yeah, I got these jalapeno pieces. Oh, these are. Mm. Mm. Wow. These are really good. Berry Freeze Prime. It's kind of chilly in here. Yeah, these are good. These are really good. Oh, fuck. Those are delicious. Wow. Oh, yeah. They're not even that spicy, even though they're jalapeno. Jalapenos actually aren't that spicy. I think if you eat them like raw with the seeds, they're kind of spicy. I think the seeds are the most spicy part of jalapenos. Pretty sure. But if you remove the seeds and like cook them, they're not spicy at all. At least in my experience. You know, ghost peppers and shit are pretty spicy. Such screen to begin. What? What the fuck is he wearing? He's got headphones on and like a spacesuit. Yeah, that's a shitty ass outfit. Oh, what's this? Wait, what? Oh, no way. Wait, so we're the DJ? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I fucked that one up bad. I didn't know I'd have to switch hands there. Okay. Oh, yeah. This is really weird. It's like Tap Tap Revolution or Guitar Hero, right? Oh, shit. Did that one a bit too soon. What the fuck? Oh, that one's fast. That one's fast. You gotta be quick about that one. Yeah. Those ones are easy. How long does this go on for? I mean, I didn't even see that one. Is that it finally? Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Oh, they've got guns. Come on, get over there. Oh shit. They got crowbars. Oh! Wait, we can throw these at them? That's kind of cool. Oh. I think I got him. Wait, where do I go now? I'm already here. So we're stuck in here? Wait, what? There we go. That's kind of weird. Huh. Interesting. Do they have every Spider-Man villain in this game? I think they got every Spider-Man villain in this game. It's crazy. Look at his glasses. Those are some interesting glasses. Oh, this guy's got a hat like that. Wait, what? Oh no. Am I winning? I can't even look over there. Oh fuck. Oh come on. Come on. Oh, I won. Wait, what? Whatever, that was easy. Oh, whatever. What's this? They really animate every ride? They animated every ride in this game? Imagine if you put your arm in that ride right there. Fuck your arm up. I don't know, it's not going fast enough really to fuck your arm up. Might hurt though. Well, we gotta ride every ride. No way. Hey, Aslan. Go away, Aslan. Is that it? Ooh. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Wait, where did he go? He just disappeared. Oh, the black guy just disappeared. What the fuck? Alright then. Oh, she got the prize. Fake. Fake. Wait. Touch the touchpad or... What's that? Yeah, right. Oh. Dead. Wait, what does that say? Dead in the water. Dead in the water. That's what we got? Huh. Huh. Whoa, that's a big guy. Harry doesn't know we're Spider-Man, I don't think, right? Or not me, but this guy. Whatever his name is. Peter Parker, yeah, right, Peter Parker. I don't think he knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man yet. The fuck? It doesn't let you go in it. Fat ass. What the fuck? Why do we gotta do all the... I knew this was gonna be a shitty level, or shitty mission, whatever. Oh yeah, right. They're really gonna make us go through this whole ride. Can't skip this shit at all either. This sucks. This shit sucks. They did not need to do this. Finally. Took long enough. One ride left? These people all have like glowing shirts and hats and glasses. What the fuck? Ha ha ha, so funny. I got 3? Damn, why did they make this? This fucking sucks. This mission is terrible. Damn. Can't do anything interesting with this shit. Oh, here is something. Let's go up here. Oh. Let's run there. No way. They put a barricade? This is shit. You gotta score 3. This game sucks. They added all the Spider-Man villains to this game, but there's barely any fighting. And they had to put a blockade here for no reason at all. Look at this shit. It's because there's a mess there? So stupid. The park at Coney Island. More rides, more fun, more thrills. Oh my god. You're too old to like this shit. That was shit. This guy's smelling her ass. That guy was smelling her ass. Yeah, in the wheelchair. What the fuck? They gotta an arcade here. Uh-oh. Come on, do it. Do it. She got 40. How much did I get again? What was my score? I only got 30. I got 30. Fuck. Yeah. What's this? What the fuck? I don't have anything. Weird. Shit doesn't work. Over here. Yeah, I didn't even put anything on. There was no options. What the shit? I'm slamming the controller. Whoa. Yeah, he's the Green Goblin. Wow. How many more is there? It's been going on forever. I think this is the last one. Should be the last one. It's a cutscene. What the fuck? Oh God. Can we just get over with this level? What's this? What are they doing? Yeah, right. What's up, Checker Mind Games? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Spider-Man. It's pretty fun. Very unrealistic, but pretty fun. Oh, those things explode. Harry will be fine. He's the Green Goblin. W stream. Got any horror movies to recommend? Oh, what's that, bro? What's it called? Heretic. It's a newer movie. You can watch it on 123 Movies, like the torrenting website. Heretic. I don't know if you've seen Heretic. I think it came out a few months ago, probably about 5 or 6 months ago. Holy shit. I like that movie. It's very weird. It starts off very weird for the first like 30, 40 minutes. But man, it gets crazy. There's so many twists and turns. It's like a psychological thriller and a horror movie. It's really cool. I like those types of movies. Same with anime, like Death Note, where they're kind of like psychological thrillers. Ooh, I think I just took a shot. I watched it already. It was goated. Yeah, it was a good movie, hey? Yeah, I really liked that movie. Another one you might have seen too, because it was pretty popular, was Cloverfield Street or Cloverfield, not Cloverfield Paradox, but it's like 21 Cloverfield Lane or something like that. Cloverfield Paradox is pretty good too. But 21 Cloverfield Lane or whatever it's called, I don't know if it's called 21 Cloverfield, I forget. Something Cloverfield Lane or Cloverfield Street. It's about a movie, like a creepy guy in a bunker. That's pretty much all I'll say if you haven't seen it yet. But that's a good movie too. Hey, I always use 123 Movies. And yeah, 123 Movies. I'm not the biggest on anime. Yeah, There's a lot of pretty shitty animes out there, but there's also a lot of very good ones. Yeah, 123 movies is the way to go for sure. I mean, the quality isn't the best. It's only like 720p, but like it's not even 1080p. But you get all your movies for free, so you can't really complain. Haven't seen that one? Yeah, 21 Cloverfield Lane, or I don't know what's it called again. It's a really good movie. That's one of my favorite horror movies ever. Cloverfield Street. Cloverfield Street. 10 Cloverfield Lane. Yeah, it's called 10 Cloverfield Lane. Really good movie. That one gets you thinking a lot too. Oh shit! Oh fuck! I just took a double hit there. Yeah, I definitely recommend that movie. I'd say it's even a little bit better than Heretic. Heretic was a really good movie too, but 10 Cloverfield Lane really gets you thinking as well. It's one of those horror movies where it's kind of scary, not really scary unless you're a woman, but it really gets you thinking. Like it has you in your head the whole movie. Like, what's going to happen next? Is this guy lying or is he telling the truth? Like, it's really good. Love that movie. Are you into Dexter? No, I tried watching that a couple of months ago. I think you recommended it or something, so I tried watching it. I didn't really like it. It's not bad. It just the camera quality. It looks like an older series, and yeah, because I think it was like a couple of months ago we were talking about what was it again? We were talking about another movie. Yeah, we were talking about the one that oh fuck, what's that movie called? American Psycho. Yeah, we were talking about American Psycho, and then I think you told me about Dexter, and I tried watching it. I didn't like it that much. Any of those movies that have even the slightest bit of like, detective, you know what I mean? Like detective, I forget what they're called. It's like a certain genre. But you know those like mystery movies where you're a detective, and I don't like those type of movies or series. I hate whenever a movie like starts off with a police officer or detective who's trying to solve a crime. That's an instant turn off for a movie for me. It starts off slow paced but gets better. Dang, how do you remember that? I don't know. I got pretty decent memory. I stopped smoking weed. Since then, my memory's gotten better. Ooh. So many of them. Wow. Or Tom Stone? Who's Tom Stone? I know what's his name died today. What's his name again? Uh, Hulk Hogan. Oh, yeah, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan died today, didn't he? Pretty sure. They didn't say how he died, though. I see some people saying Hulk Hogan deserved it because he endorsed Donald Trump. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say, man. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Donald Trump, but, like, what? A guy deserved to die because he wanted someone as his president? Doesn't make much sense. Like, these people genuinely believe Donald Trump is Hitler. And I'm not defending Donald Trump or saying he's a good guy, but, like, he's not Hitler. He's not. It's just, Donald Trump is not Hitler. Like, he's not a good guy, but he's not Hitler. Uh-oh. Damn. What? He didn't even stop it. Oh, I see. Why was there still people on the roller coaster when all of this is going on? Wow. I thought these. What? None of those arrows hit the people? I don't believe that. He's just lifting up the whole cart. There is no way. Spider-Man, save us. Oh, now he's lifting up two. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No way. It's just not possible. Oh, now he's lifting up two carts and the entire pillar. Yeah, right. Okay. They just keep making it more unrealistic by the second. Wait, Harry is Venom? Yeah. I actually wasn't expecting that. I thought Harry was supposed to be the Green Goblin. I just jumped on that car. This one? Oh yeah, this one does have the low frame rate, doesn't it? So weird. What the fuck? Let's switch to that. I just don't really like the frame rate of that suit. Oh, Right. I can craft a lot of these suits. Anti-ox. Anti-oxy? Oh shit. What's the subject? Huh. Cool. Europe has more history. I mean, New York does have a lot of history, though, right? Even if it's a lot younger than places in Europe. Oh, no, 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 no. That's a heavy attack. He's still up. Yeah, right. Patched up. Spider-Mobile. It's supposed to be like the Batmobile. Okay, that's pretty cool. Swinging under the bridge in this suit. It's pretty fucking cool. Whoa. No, we gotta go this way. Come on. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't see the turret there. Ah, shit. I hate those fucking things. Oh, shit, man. Shit. No way. No fucking way. Are you kidding me? No, that... I hate this game. That's not what I pressed. That's not even what I pressed. It's not even what I fucking pressed. I should not have died there. is it so chewy? Oh, fuck! Why is it so chewy? Why the fuck is it so chewy? What the fuck? I can't even eat it like this.